pitcher of beer.
Or dial very old England. Costs less than a new tie. It's easy. Just look in the front of your phone book.
Overseas rates are down. 3 minutes to most of Europe, as little as $3.15. $1.05 a minute thereafter.
Dial a call overseas. It costs less than a good tip.
It's an unbeatable offer. Acme's giving you the lowest price in town on a Thanksgiving turkey. Yes, Acme's price on grade A Golden Valley turkeys will be the lowest. Lower than any major chain's chain-wide newspaper advertised price on any grade A hen or tom turkey. The lowest price in town on a Thanksgiving turkey.
Tell a friend.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Merv from Paris with Roger Moore tomorrow at 4.
The art of belly dancing requires more than just looks and grace. It involves long hours of training and muscle control. Here's one of the most accomplished practitioners of this ancient art, the mystifying Helena Vlahos. Of the hour ahead. This is Vicki Landrum. She is in a hypnotic trance. Later this evening, she will relive a close encounter with an unidentified flying object. I'm Fran Tarkin. Tonight,
Tonight, you'll see something brand new and dangerous in the world of winter sports. Ski jumps performed by speeding cars.
I'm Kathy Lee Crosby. Someday, you may wear a button like this one. If you're suddenly injured or taken ill, just one push will summon an ambulance.
Doctors are performing open-heart surgery less and less, thanks to a new diagnostic tool. It enables them to take a sample of heart tissue while the patient is wide awake. All gamblers dream of breaking the bank, but Jeff Randolph just about did it. Defying almost impossible odds, he hit a jackpot of nearly $1 million. And that's just some of what's in store for you.
Tonight on...
That's incredible.
I'm going out to inspect the troops.
Yes, sir.
Regular change today, General?
This is Atari Missile Command. Millions of people are mad for it in thousands of game centers across the country.
Interplanetary war is hurt.
Attention all generals. Now you can get your own Atari Missile Command video game and practice saving the world in the privacy of your home. Missile Command, only from Atari.
A side of you wants a soap to clean your skin, but clean can mean dry. The other side of you wants a soap to soften your skin, but soft can leave you feeling greasy. That's why we made New Tone a balance bar. Balance to bring clean and soft together. How can New Tone clean without drying, soften without a greasy feeling? With our unique cocoa butter formula, now with added glycerin. New Balance Tone. Balance to bring clean and soft together.
Our first story tonight is about reading, something most folks probably don't do enough of.
People have all sorts of reasons for not reading, usually because they don't have enough time.
However, with proper training, a person can read a bestseller in about the time it takes to make a pizza. Our story stars Pizza Palace in Gahanna, Ohio.
Large pepperoni and mushrooms. Rush order. Be there in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Dave, got a rush order. You'll be ready to go in 7 minutes.
That's enough time for a game of solitaire. But the delivery boy, David Barnes, has greater ambition. In 7 minutes, he intends to read all of Papillon, a 400-page bestseller. Who's going to finish first, David or the pizza pie man?
A real race, for David's a speed reader, a boy who reads a page as fast as a man can turn it. Already he's almost at page 100, and Papillon's in prison on Devil's Island.
3 minutes have passed. The pizza's not in the oven yet, but David's on page 200. As for Papillon, he's escaped to Barranquilla, Colombia.
Page 300. Papillon's in solitary confinement. David's still going strong.
Papillon escapes. David has read that book in less than 7 minutes. That's about 30,000 words a minute.
And the pizza pie? It's still being cut. So the winner isn't the pie maker, but the delivery boy. And the paper bag's probably hotter than the pizza is.
David Barnes, age 18. No genius, but a boy who learned his amazing ability from his high school teacher.
David's the class champion in a new sort of speed reading course conducted by Janet Myers. Some of her other students would need an hour for Papillon, so they're working now on their speed reading skills.
Okay, let's see you on page 8.
L, V, T, K, F, M, C, M, R, I, D.
These are the eye exercises that we use in the speed reading course, and they're called, we just affectionately call them eye jacks. Now, we start out with just 2 letters on page 1. We gradually increase the line of vision in the eye exercises to toward the end of the eye jacks, we have something that looks rather complicated like this. In this one, you would be fixating your eyes just a little above the center group of letters again, and without moving the eyes from side to side, you would say this group of letters aloud, then the single letter, the trio, single letter, and double letters to your partner. Now, the partner has to be watching that the eyes do not move. They cannot move from side to side. Dave, you could try page 10 then when you're finished here. This speed reading course is perhaps different from the others because we don't use any aids in going down the page. It's just my philosophy, and I've proven it to be true, that you don't need an aid if you're concentrating hard enough. You don't need the hands going down the page. You don't need the machine that forces you to go down the page. Once you remove the machine, your eyes are going to go back to the same old left-right pattern simply because you're relying on the machine to force your eyes to go down the page.
The trick is to see to the left and the right without having to look.
We're trying to increase the peripheral vision. It's been proven that, well, I'm sure that you probably read in short phrases, and my theory is that you can read a whole line of print in a paperback book at one time if you're concentrating on it hard enough, and if you've really improved your peripheral vision well enough.
The speed reading helped me use my peripheral vision more. And once I developed the peripheral vision, I was able to see both ends of the field. Like if a wing would be coming down one side with the ball, I'd be able to see the wing cutting down behind me, and gave up fewer goals because it was harder for them to blindside me.
Dave started out the year as a reserve goalie and made very good progress through the season. In fact, he was the starting goalie for the varsity at the end of the season. From what I understand, his speed reading course began in the fall. I can't say for sure what the correlation between that is, but I can say that his improvement through the season was very good.
All right, we're going to begin our novel speed test, and it takes a great deal of concentration. You can read a book in 5 minutes, yes, but it's not going to make sense to you if you're not concentrating. So concentrate as hard as you possibly can, harder than you've ever concentrated before. You're going to turn to page 1 now. Fixate your eyes in the center of that column. We're going to run for 5 minutes. Get it finished. Fixate your eyes. Ready, set, go. The average student in the speed reading class is coming in reading at 200 words per minute and is leaving reading 3,500 words per minute. And he comes in reading 75% comprehension and leaving reading 89% comprehension.
10 ticks every second, and David's been reading a page with every tick.
David is reading a page at a time using that method. He not only can take in a line of print, that is, if I were to show him a line of print, he would be able to take it in. But if I were to show him a whole paragraph, he would be able to take it in one-eye fixation. He can see one page in a paperback book in one-eye fixation. Okay, stop.
For the 5 minutes in class, I was speed reading War and Peace. It's a long, morbid story about 5 families in Russia and how when Napoleon tried to take over Europe, how the war affected them. And it's pretty morbid, and by the end of the book, most of the main characters had died.
In the past, we've run a number of stories on unidentified flying objects. We make no claim that they truly exist. All we do is present the evidence and ask you to decide for yourself.
When our That's Incredible camera crew went out to cover a UFO sighting, they found more than they bargained for. They met 3 people in Dayton, Texas, who on December 29th, 1980, saw what they believed was an actual flying saucer.
It happened on Road 1485. Coming home from a bingo game were Vicki Landrum, Betty Cash, and little Colby Landrum.
After the incident, he was real sick and he'd have nightmares. He'd break out in a cold sweat and he'd try to run and he'd say he was burning up. And when he would start back to sleep, every time he'd close his eyes, he'd whimper, you know, and everything. And sometimes it would be 3 and 4 hours before I could get him back to sleep. He was so upset about it till he would draw on books, on paper. He'd draw it and he'd get mad because it didn't come out like his mind had it to be. And I bought this in order for him to work out in his own mind how the object was shaped and how it looked. So maybe he would quit having so many horrible dreams about it. I guess we'd been traveling about 8 or 10 miles. All at once there was something up in the sky.
It was real bright and it was yellow.
We couldn't tell what it was. And every once in a while the trees, you know, going down this road, we'd lose it. And then we traveled 3 miles from where we first saw it, and it come down right in front of us. And I screamed at Betty to stop. Betty started walking toward it, trying to discover what it was, I guess.
It was an oblong object as large as a water tower in the shape of a diamond. The light was blinding, and the flames came out of the bottom end.
And finally there was a big gush of fire that come down, and it was hot. It was so hot that sweat was just pouring off of us.
As the object drifted off to the west, we became aware of many helicopters in the area.
We come on home, and I taken a bath, and I washed Kobe off, and he was burning, and I was burning. I greased us down, we went on to bed. And the next morning when we got up, well, he was vomiting, had an upset stomach, and I was sick. And Betty was so sick till she couldn't even get up.
Betty had mysterious burns on her arms, on her legs, on her whole body. Her hair also started falling out in ugly clumps.
The next day, Betty checked into Parkway Hospital in Houston. Doctors there had no idea what had caused the radiation burns, and they didn't believe Betty's explanation. She was treated like any other burn victim and finally released.
The doctors at Parkway who treated her refused to discuss their findings with us. However, recently, doctors at Houston's Methodist Hospital agreed to offer opinions on the marks and scars that Betty Cash still had 8 months after that fateful night.
I did examine Betty Cash and Vicki Landrum and found that, particularly with Mrs. Cash, that she did have a dermatitis. She had some skin changes. I felt that it was conceivable that part of her problem, part of her skin problem, might have been secondary to the exposure to radiation that she described. It is a known fact that patients who have had excessive exposure to radiation do indeed come up with nausea and vomiting as a part of their symptoms.
Burns, blisters, nausea, a close encounter of a very unpleasant kind. An expert UFO investigator was called in.
I'm John Schuessler. I'm Deputy Director of the Mutual UFO Network. Mutual UFO Network is an international UFO investigative organization dedicated to serving the public in investigating UFO cases. My employer is McDonnell Douglas Corporation. I work in the Space Shuttle program as project manager for spaceflight operations for the Space Shuttle. I'm particularly interested in what happened to the people. They were burned, obviously, by some type of device. Not as you would be burned by a flame, but as you would be burned by radiation. Because of that, we're trying to reconstruct the scene. We're trying to determine what the strength of the radiation may have been that caused the effects. I would like to photograph that scene and get you to describe a little bit about what really happened. We can picture the place down there in the road where the color of the road is different as being approximately the spot. That's a little over 100 feet from us now. How close to the trees did it get, Colby? It came very close to them, didn't it? It was diamond-shaped, and it looked that way when you looked at it.
Right.
And the only time we had flames was when it actually came down over the road.
And it seemed like it was just tunnelling right over the car.
Right. How long did the flame come out of it? Was it just a short burst, or like a minute, and then it stopped?
No,
and then it would start again?
It would come way down, and then it would make that loud sound. And then when the sound would die down, you'd see the flame would go up.
And then the flame would stop momentarily and then come down again?
And then come down again.
When the car was hot and you came back to get in it, Betty, was the door closed and you had to open the door to get in?
Yes, it was.
So,
I opened it with the bottom of my leather jacket.
Colby, you said you saw helicopters when it was even over the road. How many did you see at that time?
5 or 6.
Were they big ones or small helicopters?
Big ones.
Really big.
We traveled for maybe a half a mile, and we stopped. We counted the helicopters. There were 23.
One of the major difficulties is locating the source of the helicopters. These 3 witnesses saw 23 helicopters that night, very clearly, at very close range. They were of 2 different types. The mystery of the helicopters is all important to us. The helicopters were close enough to the object, they could have made measurements. And at this point in time, we've been able to get no help in deciding and deciphering what the helicopters saw or what they recorded.
The government has denied that they had these helicopters in the state of Texas. But since that time, I have found out through other sources that they are located here. They're based here.
Did the military know something they weren't telling? John Schuessler investigated and found dead end after dead end. He contacted every Army and Air Force base within helicopter range of Road 1485. Some denied they had helicopters like the ones described. Others admitted that they did. Gray Field in Houston, for example, had more than 100. Still, all denied emphatically that any of their copters were anywhere near the site where Vicki Landrum, Colby Landrum, and Betty Cash said they saw the object. But those 3 weren't the only ones who say they saw it.
We have several witnesses that claim to have seen the object or a similar object within 1 to 2 hours prior to this, only a few miles away. It gave off no flames during any of that time. It seemed to fly normally, although slowly and quietly in the area. Then suddenly, at this point along this abandoned road, it was shooting off a vast amount of flame, which is not at all like normal UFO cases. One must think that it was operating abnormally or in trouble. We can say that the helicopter became because someone thought the object was in trouble. They encountered a bright, glowing object, which could have been one of 2 things. A typical UFO, as the public understands it as being, is something unnormal, unnatural, that happens to be in our environment. Where it comes from, I would have no idea of knowing. Secondarily, it could have been a governmental experiment. Quite possibly could have been that. I would rather think it wasn't the latter, however, because if there was an experiment being taken in this area with a high population density nearby, they could have burned the people like it burned these 3 people. They could have killed hundreds of thousands, possibly, with this kind of a device. And I really don't think someone would be that careless. Therefore, I have to consider this is an unknown at this point in time and remains an unknown object that was encountered by military helicopters.
I thought it was the end of the world.
What did happen out on Road 1485 that night? Here's one of the witnesses you just saw, Vicki Landrum. And with her is the Director of Counseling and Testing at the University of Wyoming, Dr. R. Leo Sprinkle. Welcome, both of you. We're going to find out more about Vicki's incredible experience. Vicki has agreed to be hypnotized, and Dr. Sprinkle has already placed her into a hypnotic trance backstage.
Olympus, the creator of ingenious 35mm cameras, gives birth to the little genius, Olympus XA2. Ingeniously compact, its sliding lens cover eliminates bulky cases. The XA2 is virtually focus-free and fully automatic, even with its flash. For superb full-frame 35mm prints or slides, only Olympus has created the little genius at a little price. Olympus XA2. Ingenious.
Blow away everything you ever heard about pickups and meet the revolutionary new size Chevy S10. There's never been a truck like it before.
Chevy S10.
28 miles per gallon, 39 highway. The standard 4-cylinder engine has higher EPA gas mileage ratings than any of the best-selling imports.
Chevy S10.
It offers optional V6 power.
Power to tow twice as much as any import pickup.
Test drive the new size Chevy S10 today. There's never been a truck like it before.
Never!
Chevy is the power in trucks.
MC
MCS, stereo for the senses. See the beauty of MCS. Touch the precision controls. Hear incredible sound. Feel it move you to a realm beyond. The MCS 60-watt system with receiver and speakers is on sale at $599.85. Save $380. See it, touch it, hear it, feel it. MCS, stereo for the senses. Only at JCPenney.
Tuesday Fonzie gives basic training.
Present on.
Happy Days.
Oh, yeah.
Then Shirley gets hooked up with a thief.
Frisco.
Oh, not unless you've got an engagement ring in your pocket.
And it's Laverne to the rescue. Then on Three's Company.
No one's leaving this apartment.
Seems Terry's dating a crew. Then.
Tuesday, baby.
Will it be a boy or girl?
I knew it.
Too close for comfort.
Tomorrow starting at 8, 7 Central and Mountain on ABC.
Dr. Sprinkle, could you now take Vicki back to that time?
Yes. She will experience again the events as they happened on that particular night.
And, Doctor, in this condition, will Vicki be able to remember things that she might not ordinarily be able to remember?
Yes, she'll recall the events as she recalls them from the night of December 29th, 1980, and re-experience the events.
Why don't you go ahead and do that now?
Okay. Okay, as I reach over and touch on the forehead, just let yourself go back to the events, December 29th. Okay, now you can respond to questions. Okay, Vicki, we're going to take you back to the time, the night of December 29th, 1980. Feel yourself in the car. You're riding along in the car. Colby's with you. Betty is driving. And now you look up through the windshield and you see something. Just go right ahead and describe what you see. Go right ahead and talk and describe what you see.
Stop, Betty. Stop. Stop. There's fire. It's coming down. Now it's going back. So, Kobe, don't be afraid. Everything's going to be all right. If you look right in the center, see it? See the object right in the center. If you see a big man, that'll be Jesus. And, baby, it won't hurt us. There's no way it'll ever hurt us, because he'll never hurt nobody. And he'll carry us to a much, much better place. Betty, get back in the car, please. We're gonna burn up, Betty. Now, Betty, it's gonna be all right. It's lifting. It's lifting. It's lifting. Thank God. Thank God.
Let yourself go on through the experience. Now you're back home. Now that you're back home, how do you feel about the experience as you look back on the events of seeing the object, feeling the heat, seeing the helicopters? What do you feel like now?
We can't tell nobody.
Can't tell anybody?
Mm-mm.
Why not?
I told Kobe not to.
Why not?
Because I didn't believe it myself, so why should anybody else? I told Kobe I'd whip him if he told anybody.
How has this experience changed your life?
Well, it's not very pleasant anymore.
Yeah. I'm sure it is a difficult time. But I hope you're aware that your honesty and your willingness to come forward, your courage is inspiring to other people. So we thank you very much for sharing your information with us. Okay, as you're relaxing deeply, let yourself know in a few moments you can return to the normal state. When you do, you can feel wide awake, alert and refreshed, feeling fine and feeling good, minimizing any effects of the memories, and feeling fine and feeling good. As I count from 1 to 5, let yourself return to the normal state, feeling fine and feeling good. Okay, returning to the normal state now, counting from 1, 2, 3, more and more to the normal state. 4, now wide awake at 5, wide awake and feeling fine. Here's the Kleenex.
Vicki and Dr. Sprinkle, thank you so very, very much for sharing this story and being with us tonight.
In France, one of the top TV shows is called Incroyable mais vrai, which means incredible but true. It's the French version of this show.
From Incroyable mais vrai comes this next feature about a man, a car, and a mountain.
It's said that most snow sports were born in the Alps, so it's appropriate that a daring young Frenchman would come here to inaugurate a unique new form of winter recreation. He won't use skis or a sled, just his car.
His name is Michel Chirouz, and he happens to be one of the top stunt drivers in France.
A kippy belt is essential equipment for what Michel and his team are about to do. So are heavy boots and a complicated array of safety belts.
Now the car is pulled into position for what will be an unprecedented attempt at an all-new snow sport. You've heard of ski jumping. Well, now we're going to have car jumping.
Since no one has ever done this before, Chirouz isn't sure what will happen, but he's prepared carefully, and he knows that in order to succeed, he's got to get the car going at least 60 miles an hour.
When we come back, we'll show you this incredible attempt at alpine automobile distance jumping.
Your cold any better?
Worse.
Well, I got you this new nighttime medicine.
No NyQuil?
Well, this is...
Nothing's more effective than NyQuil to relieve my sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, and fever so I could rest.
A sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever so you can rest medicine?
That's NyQuil.
That's special. I'll be right back.
NyQuil, the nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head fever so you can rest medicine.
There's nothing we want to watch on TV tonight, but we're still going to watch something great. With our RCA video disc player and video discs. Just flip a switch, and on our TV, we see Airplane or The Pink Panther, The Godfather or Grease, Muppets, Monsters, Mickey, MASH, and 100 more. Starting as low as $15, and the player costs less than $500. Put it this way, we're watching a great movie, and you're watching us.
That's Incredible will return in a moment. Thursday, if Mark loses Mindy.
I don't have a jealous bone in my body, but I'm willing to rent one.
What'll happen to Baby Bird? Then Copper Creek will do anything to get a railroad.
Turn this saloon into a church in less than 2 minutes.
Best of the West.
Thursday.
There's a new day dawning, America.
Today, we're all working to brighten America's energy future. And Sun, an energy company for nearly a century, is helping by developing new sources of oil, natural gas, synthetic fuels, and coal right here at home.
America, Sun is helping to make a new day.
Sun, a lot of energy under one name.
Jim O'Brien reports on air safety tomorrow night.
And now let's return to the French Alps, where Michel Chirouz is about to attempt ski jumping in a car.
The car's warmed up, and here he goes.
He must accelerate to at least 60 miles an hour in order to accomplish the jump.
Couldn't clear the snowbank on the other side. Here's the jump again from another angle.
Charouz had to be airborne for a distance of 60 feet in order to miss the snowbank and then land on the downhill side. This is a view of the jump from behind.
Charouz hit the snow hard and was shaken by the impact, but he wasn't injured in the slightest.
After a few minutes, he's ready to go again. Unfortunately, another jump isn't possible right away. The car has suffered much more than the driver. The engine won't start, and part of the body has been damaged.
Michel Charouz can now only wait and point out to onlookers that the seemingly soft white snow here is actually as hard as asphalt.
After several hours, the mechanics get the engine running. Finally, everything's ready for another jump. Here it goes.
He made the distance but veered to the side while in the air. Unfortunately, it was another crash landing, and Charouz smarts a little from the impact.
He's not hurt at all, and quite happy, in fact, to be the world's first alpine automobile jumper.
When seen in slow motion, automobile ski jumping has a smooth, eerie gracefulness. But bear in mind that it's a sport for professionals. So don't ever try this at your local mountain range.
Our next story is about a panic button. It's an incredible new invention that summons help whenever you're ill or in trouble.
Recently, it saved the life of a woman in Philadelphia. Her doctor explains.
One of my patients is Miss Helen Davis, who had the fortune to be wearing a panic button apparatus at the time when she had a major stroke a few months back. The chances that a person at age 82 could actually survive 3 days with no food or no water after having had a stroke on the middle of a floor are fairly small.
This is the panic button that helped save Helen Davis's life. Its real name is MicroAlert, and it can be programmed to make a half-dozen phone calls by simply pushing this button.
On February 7th, 1981, Helen suffered a stroke in the living room of her home. Paralyzed and alone, she mustered just enough strength to press her MicroAlert and then set in motion an incredible chain of events.
A radio signal from the MicroAlert activates a relay inside a dialer unit that's plugged into the telephone. The dialer automatically calls the police with a pre-recorded message.
Hello, Marion Police Officer Kelly.
This is an emergency call. There is a medical emergency at the residence of Mrs. Helen Davis at 106 Main Street, Norwood. Please send help immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
The policeman summons a patrol car and a private ambulance to Helen's house.
Norwood, medical emergency.
Meanwhile, the MicroAlert dialer makes a second call to Helen's daughter in Maryland.
Respond with 99 car to 106 Main Street, Norwood, Helen Davis residence, medical emergency.
Hello? This is an emergency call. There's a medical emergency at the home of your mother. The police has been called. Please check to make certain that Helen is being taken to Lycano Hospital. Please hurry. Thank you.
The ambulance team reaches Helen at the same time as her daughter calls the Lycano Hospital to check on her mother's condition. But things have happened so fast that the hospital is still unaware of the crisis.
The emergency department, Mrs. Bell.
Only minutes have elapsed since Helen pushed her panic button. Without it, she'd still be lying helplessly in her living room.
This is Jean Gander calling. I received a telephone message that my mother, Helen Davis, is en route to the hospital. Has she arrived?
Helen Davis? I don't recall her having come in here today. Let me check. No, she hasn't. Can we call you when she does get here?
Thank you very much. I'd appreciate that.
We'll do that. Thank you. Bye.
Seconds later, Helen arrives at the hospital's emergency entrance. The ambulance team has radioed ahead to the doctors there. For stroke victims, the speed in which they receive medical attention is a crucial factor in how well and how quickly they will recover.
I started this business back in the early 70s in response to a problem that I had in my own family circle, where my mother, who lives back in Boston, had an emergency, a life-threatening emergency, and was unable to get to the telephone. And it just seemed to me that there should have been some way that people who have those problems could get help.
Hopefully the trial judge will grant a new trial and the indictment will be dismissed.
Go ahead and develop a system myself.
Today, Helen Davis is back at home thanks to her panic button.
The best sound in the world was feeling and hearing that police siren come, which they did. That's what.
In Nevada, some casinos have what are called progressive slot machines. The odds against winning are astronomical, but so are the payoffs.
Often someone with a bucket of silver dollars tries to conquer one of these machines. Almost every time, that someone goes away with an empty bucket.
Larry Kane, Deborah Knapp, Jim Kelly, and Herb Clark. The Channel 10 News, live at 5.
Good evening. There is a storm of controversy at Philadelphia City Hall tonight, straining the already deeply troubled relationship between Mayor Bill Green and members of Philadelphia City Council. This time, some council members are very angry that a meeting with the mayor was tape recorded yesterday without their knowledge ahead of time. And as Terry Ruggles reports tonight, the controversy is moving fast forward at high speed.
I think civil rights have been violated.
Brian O'Neill is just one of the people on City Council and the school board who is upset over what happened yesterday in a closed-door meeting with Mayor Green. Yesterday, here in the mayor's reception room, the mayor, City Council, and the school board got together to talk about the school budget crisis. The school board sat at a table here in the front of the room. The mayor and his assistants were on one side, and City Council was on another. Now, there were microphones on the table in front of the school board members. And those microphones were leading to a tape recorder in an office on the 6th floor of City Hall. The tape, recorded on this machine, was later destroyed by request of council and by order of the mayor.
I have never taped a private meeting, including yesterday, except yesterday the tape was on, and I didn't know it.
Mayor Green says he thought he was just ordering the sound system on. He didn't realize he was activating a tape recorder.
Would never knowingly do that to anybody, right?
The people responsible for taping yesterday's meeting tell me they have taped every meeting the mayor has held in that reception room since 1980. Meetings that were open to the public and meetings that were private.
It was an amazement to me that the highest ranking official in this city, the mayor, was doing an illegal act.
Recording someone is illegal if they don't know they're being recorded. According to Pennsylvania's eavesdropping statute, you cannot make, sell, or use devices for surreptitiously listening to, monitoring, amplifying, or recording the voice of another person without the knowledge and approval of such other person. But more than a law being broken, a personal confidence is now in question.
I speak differently in a private conversation than I do in public conversations, and I think everyone does. You don't say things off the record that are on the record.
Now, once again, Mayor Green denies that he recorded that private meeting on purpose. The man says he thought he was just turning on the amplification system and that the tape recorder upstairs on the 6th floor of City Hall automatically went on and the meeting was recorded. Whatever the case may be, it's quite a flap at City Hall, and that personal confidence that the councilmen are talking about is really in question. And this is no time, with the problems we're having solving the school strike, to have a personal confidence and a problem of communication at City Hall be in question.
You talked to Joan Spector in that report, City Councilwoman Joan Spector and Brian O'Neill. Talked to some of the Democrats on City Council.
Dr. Joe Coleman.
Are they angry too?
President Coleman was angry. The question now is, what are they going to do about it? And the answer is they don't know yet. They do meet next Monday, and they're going to decide what, if anything, they can do. Another point here is the law says you have to tell someone when you're recording them if they don't know they're being recorded, and you have to do that even in a public meeting.
Now, the regular public meetings of City Council on Thursdays are tape recorded, and the tapes are then given out to the radio and television stations.
Yes, indeed. They broadcast them to all the radio and television stations, but they also keep a copy for themselves.
Okay, good enough. Thank you, Terry. Well, long-distance busing for Philadelphia school students will continue at least into early January. That's the word from School Superintendent Michael Marquez. Busing for the 13,000 students who live more than a mile and a half from school was to stop at the end of the day tomorrow because there's no money to foot the bill. City Council has scheduled a special session for Monday to consider once again whether to transfer $3 million to the school district to pay for the busing. Councilman Al Pearlman tells Channel 10 News he plans to introduce a bill on Monday asking that money be taken from several city departments to keep the buses rolling for the rest of the year. Well, the city's financial watchdog, Controller Tom Leonard, is carefully watching the developments in the teachers' contract dispute, and he is with us live now from his Center City offices. Mr. Leonard, with the city's financial condition, is this contract a realistic one?
I have grave reservations about the contract. It will cost $182 million over the next 4 years and still leave a deficit of $49 million at the end of the contract. I don't think the taxpayers of Philadelphia can afford that. I think we have to demand that tighter measures be imposed at the school district so that layoffs and reductions in administrative personnel take place swiftly and assuredly, and a contract is developed that we can live with. I also think we have to put added pressure on the governor to make certain that he come up with his fair share. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is obligated to provide adequate support for public education in Philadelphia, and I feel strongly that they failed to meet that constitutional requirement.
Now, we're talking here about taxpayers' money, and some time ago, I remember you conducted a personal audit of the school system, and then the mayor's finance director went out and conducted another audit. Have the members of the school board seen your audit and ways to reduce that massive budget that they have?
They have seen it. Whether they've read it is a question you'd have to put to them.
Isn't it your responsibility to make sure they read it?
I can't force people to read things. I prepare reports that point out the facts, that point out the figures, that indicate what the deficit will be. They've been on target. The projections have been right. And right now I'm predicting and stating categorically that this contract is too expensive. It'll lead to a significant tax increase that we can no longer afford.
Mr. Leonard, why isn't there a system set up where when you negotiate the contract, you make sure there's the money to pay for it at that time? We've just spent over a month negotiating this contract, and now we don't know if the money's there.
Well, the negotiations, the structure leaves a lot to be desired that was inherited by Mayor Green and City Council. They are not part of the negotiating team, and yet they have to provide the funds for it. Perhaps the answer is that the mayor and the members of City Council or their representatives should be involved in the negotiation stages so that the contract ultimately agreed on is an affordable one. We know what funds are available and what will be available, and the teachers have to accept a contract that is within those limits.
Okay, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Tom Leonard, Philadelphia City Controller, talking about the tentative contract agreement. Channel 10 News has learned tonight that a total of 29 A&P stores in our area will close their doors for good tomorrow night. This more than doubles the 13 store closings reported yesterday on Live at 5. Here are the A&P stores shutting down. In Philadelphia, the Winga, Hocking, and Front Street stores. In Delaware County, the Fallcroft, Ridley Park, Paoli, and Village Green stores. In Bucks County, the Richmond, Bristol, Warrington, and Quakertown stores. In Montgomery County, the Narberth, Royersford, Lansdale, and Norristown stores. In Chester County, the Kennett Square store and the Newark store in Delaware. In Northampton County, the Northampton, Bangor, and Easton stores. And in South Jersey, the A&P stores in Bridgeton, Woodbury, Belmar, Moorestown, Egg Harbor, Evesham Township, Marlton, Riverside, Lindenwold, and Lambertville. A spokesman for A&P says the firm will try to sell the stores to other market chains. Working with the most seniority will be relocated to operating markets, but up to 500 retail clerks union members will lose their jobs. The union has no comment tonight because of delicate negotiations to save some of those jobs. Deborah?
Well, 2 people are recovering from injuries after jumping out of a second-floor window to escape a fire in their North Philadelphia home. Fire officials blame careless smoking for the one alarmer that started early this morning in the home of the 1200 block of Sedgley Street. It started on the first floor, forcing 16-year-old Robert Stroman and his mother Leela to jump from a second-floor window to safety. Both are being treated tonight for fractures. 2 other family members were treated for minor injuries. Police in Chester are trying to find out who planted an explosive device on the doorstep of Police Chief John Owens and why. Stakeout crews got there around 2:30 this morning after a bottle filled with bullets and gasoline ignited on the chief's porch in the 800 block of Potter Street. Police were alerted by a passerby who noticed a small fire on the steps. It was just by seconds that they headed off an explosion. Chief Owens and his wife were asleep at the time and say they didn't hear a thing before going to bed last night.
New Jersey state troopers are really investigating a gruesome discovery in a field in Springfield Township, Burlington County tonight. The police are looking for the killer of a young man between 20 and 30 years old, whose body was found with hands cut off in this field off Arnie's Mount Jobstown Road. A hatchet was found nearby. The police say the victim had been dead 24 hours. An autopsy shows he died of multiple stab wounds. And Philadelphia detectives are looking for a bank robber who made off with $6,000 in cash from the Germantown Savings Bank at 20th and Market. Police say the robber walked into the bank around 8:30 this morning, walked up to a teller, pointed a gun in her face, and demanded all the money. She gave him $6,000. The robber escaped into a crowd of people on Market Street. Defense attorneys and prosecutors have now reached the halfway mark in selecting a pool of jurors in the Atlanta murder trial of Wayne Williams, charged in the killings of 2 of 28 murdered black youngsters in that city. By midday today, 37 prospective jurors had been accepted. A total of 60 will be selected, and out of that group, the 12 final jurors will be appointed.
A state appeals court in New York has unanimously upheld the murder conviction of Jean Harris. She's the socialite convicted of killing her lover, diet doctor Herman Tarnauer, in March of 1980. Mrs. Harris's lawyers argued she was convicted because of publicity and a biased juror. But an appeals court ruled today Mrs. Harris received a fair trial. Mrs. Harris, formerly headmistress of Chestnut Hill's Springside School for Girls, is serving 15 years to life in prison for the shooting death of Dr. Tarnauer, the developer of the Scarsdale diet.
Up next tonight on Live at 5, a SEPTA bus driver tries the absolutely impossible, driving the wrong way on the Schuylkill Expressway.
And a Tennessee man is trapped for 8 days in an underground cave. He lives to tell his amazing tale. Next on Live at 5.
The Toyota Standard Truck has 3 very impressive numbers that we feel will transport you to your Toyota dealer. The first 2 are 32 and 25. The third number is 6298. So when buying a truck, go buy the numbers and go buy number 1, the best-selling line of small trucks, Toyota. So go buy number 1.
Toyota. Cotman Transmission now offers easy, on-the-spot financing. Because transmission problems don't always wait until you can afford them.
Win a trip for 2 to the Super Bowl. Get the details at any Lincoln Bank branch. Do it soon before you get locked out.
A new SEPTA bus driver made one of the worst mistakes anyone in the Delaware Valley could make. He tried driving the wrong way on the Schuylkill Expressway. SEPTA's not releasing the driver's name, but police stopped him this morning as he was driving eastbound in the westbound lane on the Schuylkill near University Avenue. SEPTA says there were no passengers aboard because the driver was just going into service.
And it's time now for a live look at the rush hour traffic conditions on this Wednesday night from the ARCO Go Patrol. Live. Hello.
Hey, thank you very much, Larry, and good evening. Right now, we are flying over the Spectrum in South Philadelphia. As you can see, quite a bit of traffic around here. The ice show let out just about 15 minutes ago, so as you can expect, quite a bit of congestion on Patterson Avenue approaching Penrose. Flat Bridge, Girard Point Bridge, also slow toward the airport area. Looks like in just about 1 hour from now, we should have a Tacony-Palmyra Bridge opening, so keep that in mind. Live on the Channel 10 News, I'm Rick Gillespie in the ARCO Go Patrol Telecopter.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Well, Iraq is claiming its warplanes intercepted 2 Israeli fighter jets that violated Iraqi airspace today. A spokesman says Iraqi planes forced the 2 American-made F-15 jets to turn back and made no mention of any gunfire being exchanged. This is the first reported violation of Iraqi airspace since Israel bombed an Iraqi nuclear power plant in June. Larry?
There was another round, Deborah, in the war of words between Moscow and the United States. The Soviet Union is reacting angrily to the economic sanctions imposed yesterday by President Reagan in retaliation for Russia's part in the Polish crackdown. The Soviet news agency TASS said Mr. Reagan resorted to outright fabrications and lies to justify imposing the sanctions and called the move unprecedented and absolutely unacceptable. Poland's deputy prime minister made a surprise trip to Bonn, West Germany today for talks with Foreign Minister Hans-Dietrich Genscher. Genscher told Premier Rakowski that the West expects Poland to put a stop to martial law, but he said West Germany disagrees with President Reagan's charge that the Soviet Union is responsible for the repression in Poland. And Pope John Paul II says he's becoming more and more concerned about events in his homeland, and he's appealing to the West for what he calls a just reaction to the Polish crisis. During his general audience today, the pontiff said martial law inevitably means the suppression of human rights. Although the Pope didn't specify what action he would like to see, Vatican sources say his speech indicated he isn't satisfied with the reactions of some Western nations. Italian police have added thousands of reinforcements to hunt for kidnapped Brigadier General James Dozier and say there is reason for cautious optimism. Police won't say why they're more hopeful, but researchers and searchers are concentrating on possible Red Brigade hideouts mentioned by informers. Dozier was kidnapped December 17th, and his wife broke several days of silence yesterday to thank people for their messages of support.
To all of you who have reached out to us during this very difficult period in our lives, grazie. Your many expressions of love and sympathy have warmed our hearts and given us strength. Please be assured that we have personally received each and every message. Of great importance to us are the many prayers being offered at this time. And we have faith that God hears all and will answer them in his name.
A very difficult statement by Mrs. James Dozier. Italian officials say a reward is being offered for information which leads to Dozier's release.
A rescue search in the Rockies of Colorado found 4 survivors of a Christmas Eve plane crash. The search party followed a faint beeping distress signal through waist-deep snow and discovered the 4 people, all suffering from frostbite after spending 5 days in the snow. The plane's pilot is still missing. A 34-year-old Tennessee man is thanking his lucky stars that 2 hunters heard his cries for help. Jeff Hogue had been trapped in a sinkhole for 8 days when he was finally rescued. Lori Kilgore reports.
We got orders for an IV reamers when we get him out. Okay.
Rescuers had a difficult time reaching 34-year-old Jeff Hogue. He had fallen 20 feet into a narrow hole. Hogue had been missing since December 21st. Rescue workers had called off their search Christmas Eve. Patricia Hogue said her husband had just set out walking because he had been upset his business was not doing well. He was found 30 miles from home by 2 teenagers.
We was out there hunting, and we walked by the pole, and we heard somebody yelling for help. I looked over, and he was all muddy, and he said he wanted some water. And he kept repeating that, and he said he's been down there since 21st of December.
Gary, you want them to prop the rope up? Wouldn't hurt them. I'm about to lift you out of the hole. Pull. 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 Hang on over there, Pete.
Okay, let go of the rope.
Let go of the rope.
Emergency crews were surprised to find Hogue so bright-eyed and responsive. Hogue told police that for 8 days, the only thing he was able to drink was what he caught in his hand from a rainstorm several days ago.
I'm sure there was the other day.
His blood pressure was stable, and they say he was warm to the touch because of his clothing, even though he sacrificed his long underwear in a futile attempt to build a rope. Lillian Brewster, aunt of the teenage boys who found Hogue, said she called Hogue's wife to tell her he was safe.
And she's so happy that he was alive. And I called rescue squad. And I just praise the Lord that he's alive after all that time. It's really a miracle.
Lori Kilgore for CBS News, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Up next, a Levittown man gets an unexpected Christmas gift from an Atlantic City casino, a big win at the slot machines.
And Herb Clark is nervously watching the skies and Friday's Mummers Parade. Next.
Hello, folks. Up. Third day of the Toyota Sell-a-thon. There's still a great selection of Toyota values for you. Drive one home today.
But you can't wait.
Toyota dealers are keeping their doors open late. They'll help arrange financing for qualified buyers.
On the greatest line of 82 cars in the world.
Now, come on in and talk price. Talk trade-in. You may be surprised at what it's worth. Start talking now and you're going to love it.
Toyota Sell-a-thon. Hurry!
Come on, move!
Look for this sign at participating Toyota dealers.
'Tis the season, people caring, helping others, time for sharing.
Coffee, Mr.
Everyone is warming up with the taste of Maxwell House. People that you come to count on, friendships that are true. Spend some time with friends and loved ones. Maxwell House, you get that good to the last drop feeling with Maxwell House. Only Maxwell House gives you good to the last drop feeling. Maxwell House.
Share the feelings of the season with the warmth of the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
He's coming!
Get that good to the last drop feeling.
Merry Christmas!
Maxwell House.
Herb Clark is not worried about the Mummers Day weather forecast. No, he's not worried at all. Just look at his face. He'll tell you what he's worried about. Okay.
Nice to have you back.
Thank you. It's wonderful
Yeah.
to be back.
We've got the rain coming. Now, the whole thing, just one time, I would like for New Year's Day to be clear-cut, clear skies, and that's it. This time, we've got rain pushing our way. Now, we're kind of hoping that it'll come on late tomorrow, certainly no later than about 8 or 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Then it'll move out on Friday morning. So the timing of when that storm arrives is going to determine a whole lot of New Year's Day's activities around the Philadelphia area. Here's what we did today. We'll get to a map in just a minute and show you some things. Downtown today, it was bundle up time. 38 degrees was the high. Light breeze, so it didn't hurt too much. We started off this morning at 21. That kind of weather hurts, breeze or no. 34 degrees now. We're dropping back down, in the low 20s again tonight. Light breeze, though, no breeze at the moment. And that, again, is a plus for our area. Tri-state area, up in the Poconos, you'll go down to about 10 degrees in the morning, but warm up to around 37 for the high. Tannersville, on the edge of the Poconos, 15 degrees in the morning. Your high also at about 37 degrees. Williamstown, New Jersey, figure 21 to 42, the range of temperatures, about 43 degrees by the shore. Now, we've got no wind now, but the wind starts to pick up a little later tonight. And during the day tomorrow, it'll come up from the south and the southeast, run to about 20 miles an hour. McDonough, Delaware, 21 degrees overnight, 43 the afternoon high tomorrow. Now, here's what we've got. Big high to give us gorgeous weather today. That's getting the squeeze on, though. It'll move out to sea later tonight. This system moves off toward the northeast, but all of this front makes the long swing around, picks up moisture in the Gulf, and brings rain our way late tomorrow night, and into Friday morning. How soon it ends on Friday morning will determine whether the parade goes or not. We'll know better. We just about pin it down when the rain starts. We can just about tell when it's going to end. No rain tonight. Clear skies on the cool side. Oh, there's the satellite photo. There's our weather now, nice and clear. That's the system that's moving off. Clear skies forecast the remainder of tonight. And cold in the morning, 15 in the suburbs, about 20 degrees Center City, Philadelphia. For tomorrow, we build up the clouds. During the day, high of 40 degrees. Hold on to some strong breezes today and late rain. I hope late afternoon, not late night. Late rain coming in tomorrow night, clearing out some on Friday. We'll take a close look a little later.
Okay, Herb. See you then. Christmas came a little late for Levittown printer Donald McNeil, but he's not complaining. McNeil hit the jackpot on the Progressive Dollar slot machines in Atlantic City, and nearly $38,000 in coins splattered out. McNeil has his own ideas on how he wants to spend the money, but Mrs. McNeil says the money will be used to pay off Christmas bills.
In a few minutes on Live at 5, pharmacists in Burlington County have a New Year's Eve warning for people on medication.
But up next, the close-up report. Roseanne Sarah looks at the Mummers Mystique. It's the 82nd Annual Mummers Parade, a Philadelphia institution. The Mummers are strutting next on Live at 5.
Okay, units, travel plans. I need to be in New York on Monday, LA on Tuesday, New York on Wednesday, LA on Thursday, New York on Friday. Got it? So you want to work here? What really makes you think you deserve a job here?
Well, sir, I think on my feet I'm good at figures and have a sharp mind.
Excellent. Can you start on Monday? And in conclusion, Jim, Bill, Bob, call Fred, Load, Dork, Adolf, and Ted. Business is business, so let's get to work. Thank you for taking me. Peter, you did a bang-up job. I'm putting you in charge of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, perfect. I know it's perfect, Peter. That's why I picked Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's perfect, Peter. May I call you Pete? Congratulations on your deal in Denver, Dave. I'm putting you down to deal with Dallas.
In this fast-moving, get-it-done-yesterday world, aren't you glad there's one company that can keep up with it all? Federal Express. And it absolutely positively has to be there overnight.
A spokesman for Furniture Unlimited has just declared that the midwinter deflation sale will wage an all-out war against high prices. Furniture Unlimited's staunch low-price policy has attracted thousands of citizens from neighboring states fleeing overinflated prices. And during this special midwinter deflation sale, Furniture Unlimited's low prices will be remarkably even lower. When asked what this deflation sale would mean to Americans, the Furniture Unlimited spokesman said, quote, "The real buys are in Quakertown," end quote.
Hi, the boss's wife for Atlantic Transmissions. Have you ever been trapped where rebuilding your transmission turned out to be double the price you were quoted? This can't happen at Atlantic Transmissions because Atlantic gives you a free estimate and a written price guarantee before the work starts. This price guarantee is a policy at Atlantic, and we have 5 modern centers throughout the area. So if your transmission gets out of commission, don't get trapped. Call Atlantic Transmissions.
In Delaware and Chester counties, call 534-4700.
New babies are so cute, so cuddly, so adorable. But Thrift Drug knows the other side of babies. We know all about the other side of babies. And at Thrift Drug, we've got it covered. Trust Thrift Drug.
Thrift Drug, the one you can trust.
In tonight's close-up report, we turn to a tradition that's almost a century old and something that Philadelphia is known for around the world. It's the Mummers' Mystique, and tonight Roseanne Sarah looks at how the Mummers prepare for their strut up Broad Street.
All right, same thing from the top, guys.
In less than 48 hours, if weather conditions permit, these mummers will be taking their routine up Broad Street for the 82nd annual Mummers Day Parade. Over 2,500 people will be strutting this Friday in what has become a world-renowned Philadelphia institution.
So if we're bringing it into this section here, it'll lay better.
Hey, Harry.
Dead child. Look,
They got the dingle bangs. One on top, yeah.
Yeah, well, they're working on them, child, and yours just isn't complete yet.
Okay, well, I mean, if it don't dingle, it don't dangle, Harry. That's
We'll get to it.
For 12 labor-filled months, these mummers have been preparing for their most exciting day of the year, rehearsing routines, cutting out costumes, stapling sequins, and fluffing feathers.
Run it through, get the stem soft, leave it dry, and we'll straighten it out. Pretty good.
Len, what is your costume called?
This one here?
Yeah.
This is an enchanted rooster.
This is an enchanted rooster?
Yes.
How long did it take you to make this enchanted rooster?
Well, see, I have about 9 different suits, so off and on. Past 5-6 months, I've been working on, all my suits.
Being a mummer is more than a hobby for these people who say they eat, sleep, and dream mummers. It's a family tradition, usually passed down from generation to generation.
My father was a mummer. My father's father was a mummer. My uncles were all mummers. The whole family are mummers.
Wow.
I'm one of 18 children, and we were all mummers.
What is it about the mummers that makes it so special?
I don't know what makes it special, but it's just something in your blood. When you was born, it's like when you're kicking to get out. They're not kicking to get out. They're doing the mummer's strut.
In the past few years, the cost of material for mummers' costumes has skyrocketed. Plumes, which were 50 cents 10 years ago, now cost between $4 and $6 each. Mummers' suits can run from $300 to $1,500. Some captains' outfits have cost as much as $3,500, and those prices don't include the cost of labor. To help pay for the cost of materials, many mummers hold boosters or rent their clubs out to other functions, but they can never raise enough, so they save their feathers and glitter for another year.
We tear them down, repack the feathers, put the material away, save all the wire work for it, because today it's really hard. The money is so tight out there that we have to save everything. We strip the sequence off of some of the suits to reuse it for the following year, and that's the way it's repetitious all the way through.
You want 200 yards of red chiffon.
Baum's Costume Company in Center City has been supplying mummers with material since its first official parade back in 1901.
Years ago, they used to make their own. Now, 75% of them are made by professional costumers. And the designing is comparable to some of the Broadway shows. It's really fine designing today.
President of Baum's, Norm Cohen, says this year the cost of material and other supplies has gone up an average 10 to 20%.
I would say there are probably over 1 million yards of this in the parade, this specific item.
The sequins?
Yeah, this scallop sequin, particularly this pattern.
Over 1 million yards.
I would say so. I'm guessing.
How much is it a yard?
Approximately 45 cents a yard.
The satins, brocades, and jewels have made today's mummers' costumes much more elaborate than earlier costumes. If you happen to miss the mummers' parades of decades past, a visit to the Mummers Museum in South Philadelphia will take you back in time.
Mummery began, as we know, with the Mummers Parade in 1901. That was the official Philadelphia New Year's Shooters and Mummers Parade, the very first time. However, mummers date back to colonial times. They're well over 300 years old. And how that came about was as the immigrants came to the colonies, they brought with them their customs of celebrating the holidays, Christmas and New Year's. And the various ethnic backgrounds brought with them the customs and traditions of the holidays, and it grew into a folk festival within the neighborhoods.
Originally, string bands were made up almost entirely of stringed instruments. And occasionally, the captain would play the saxophone. But throughout the years, other instruments were introduced to bring you the mummer sound of today. Hit it, Joe.
Danella himself is a mummer with the Golden Sunrise Fancy Club. He says he still has a few finishing touches to make on his handsome costume, but he'll definitely be ready on New Year's Day.
The mummers are almost like the saying goes, death and taxes. Come New Year's Day, they'll be there. There'll be a mummers parade. It's really hard to keep these guys down.
There's another old saying the mummers used to recite when going around neighborhoods. With sweet and loud music, we now begin. We'll shoot the old year out and the new one in. I'm Roseanne Serra, Channel 10 News.
Looking forward to it.
It's going to be a big day.
It is. Now here are the top stories of the day. Some of our allies in Europe are unhappy with economic sanctions levied against the Soviet Union over the Poland crisis.
And long-distance busing will continue into next month for 13,000 Philadelphia school students.
But first, Phillygate, Greengate, Watergate too. That's what some people are calling a controversy brewing over illegal secret tape recordings of officials at City Hall. It all started at a City Hall summit meeting yesterday on the new teacher's contract proposal. It was a meeting of Mayor Green with council and school board members. That closed-door session in the mayor's private reception room was taped upstairs in City Hall. People who thought they were speaking off the record are furious that they were being taped.
I think civil rights have been violated.
Mayor Green told Terry Ruggles today he had no idea the conversations were being recorded.
I have never taped a private meeting, including yesterday, except yesterday the tape was on, and I didn't know it.
The tape has been destroyed, but the story is far from over. Some council members want to know how much taping goes on in City Hall and are vowing to bring the issue up in council chambers on Monday.
The 13,000 Philadelphia school youngsters who live a mile and a half from school won't have to walk Monday after all. Superintendent Michael Marquez has extended the service through mid-January, even though he doesn't have the money to pay for it. He's counting on City Councilman Al Pearlman getting through a bill that would take $3 million from green administration departments and give it to the school district. Pearlman says he's got the support to override a possible mayoral veto. Homeowners living in Bucks County can expect to pay about $11 more a year in property taxes. Today, the county commissioners passed a new $76 million budget that includes a 5 3/4% tax hike. The county's prison system gains the most from the new budget. It will get over $1 million to expand prison dormitories and hire new guards to staff them. In order to make ends meet in Chester, the city is selling its trash trucks and getting a private contractor to pick up trash for the next 3 years. The city says it will save over $1 million from the move, as well as cut property taxes by over 7.5%. But City Council did boost taxes by 20 mills at the Sun Shipyard. Officials say the increase will bring in $800,000 over the next 3 years. That's if Sun Ship stays in Chester. The company is now up for sale. There is a manhunt on in Montgomery County tonight for a prisoner who escaped from Graterford. State police say the inmate was housed in a trailer outside the prison wall. That's where the most trusted prisoners are kept. The escapee is identified as 42-year-old Norman Lewis. He was serving a 10 to 20-year prison term.
Well, the Polish people got a bit of good news today. Curfews are being lifted tomorrow night so that people can go out on New Year's Eve. The Polish government says they're lifting the curfew for one night because the Poles have been obeying the martial law regulations more closely. The Soviet Union says President Reagan's imposition of economic sanctions won't change Russian conduct toward Poland. The official TASS news agency blasted Mr. Reagan's actions as unacceptable blackmail and accused the president of trying to hurl the world back to the Cold War. Western allies differ sharply over President Reagan's move. West Germany says Mr. Reagan was wrong to accuse the Soviet Union of being responsible for the repression in Poland. But in London, a government spokesman says Britain favors pressuring Moscow to let the Polish government settle the crisis. President and Mrs. Reagan are in Palm Springs, California tonight, where they'll be spending the rest of their vacation at the estate of Walter and Lenore Annenberg. The Reagans left Los Angeles this morning. Mr. Reagan plans to work a little on his State of the Union address while at the Annenbergs, but most of his time is set aside for socializing. The President and the First Lady return to Washington on Sunday afternoon.
Well, for many people, New Year's Eve is a time to raise a toast with friends. It's a holiday when people drink a lot. And as Lori Ovchensky reports tonight, a group of Burlington County pharmacists are now working together to make a sobering message very clear. Drinking, drugs, and driving simply do not mix.
Maybe this hectic holiday season has left you with a case of the sniffles, or maybe your ulcers are acting up from one Christmas party too many. Whatever the ailment, this drugstore in Burlington County is giving something extra with each prescription. It's a warning that drugs and alcohol don't mix.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
This time of year with the cough and cold season especially, many of the antihistamines and many of the cough medicines will react with alcohol. And what frequently happens is instead of getting a 1 + 1 = 2 effect, we get a 1 + 1 = 3. And the patient that knows their tolerance to alcohol all of a sudden introduces a variable of a medication, and this tolerance goes out of whack.
Sedatives and tranquilizers are especially dangerous when combined with alcohol. So are many over-the-counter drugs, codeines and antihistamines, which cause drowsiness. Elderly people are likely to be the most susceptible.
Do you know what would happen if you drank with your medicine?
Well, maybe not instantly, but I think it would probably be fatal.
Although some drugstores do put a warning on the label, many pharmacists feel it doesn't go far enough. So they're handing out 16,000 of these flyers. And to get the message across to drivers, they've posted the warning on 2 giant billboards, this one in West Hampton.
Especially now in the holidays, we hope that it'll just make that little tick in the mind that he's thinking, or she, that, gee, I'm going to a party, I'm taking maybe a tranquilizer or an analgesic. I better really watch myself.
If you're driving anywhere tomorrow night, the people here in Burlington County are hoping you'll carry the message with you. If you're on medication, think twice before taking a drink. That is, if you want your new year to be happy, healthy, and safe. Lori Ovchensky, Channel 10 News, Mount Holly.
And up next, it's happy birthday for Philadelphia's favorite and oldest gorilla.
It's my favorite, and Al Meltzer reports on 2 young figure skaters honing their skills in North Delaware. Beauty on Ice, next on Live at 5.
TV Guide announces an important money-saving offer.
If you've been thinking of subscribing to TV Guide, now's the time.
Because now's your last chance to get America's favorite television magazine delivered straight to your mailbox at today's low basic rate.
Before the price goes up.
Yes, if you act now, you still have a chance to get TV Guide at less than 38 cents a copy when you call and order 26 weeks for only $9.87.
That's the lowest price available anywhere. You save a full 12 cents off what you pay in the store. And you'll enjoy the convenience of having TV Guide home delivered.
What's more, you'll count on TV Guide for the most useful program information, the most accurate television listings, and the most exciting TV features from any source.
TV Guide previews your viewing pleasure. It gives you more of what you want to know, what you need to know about television.
TV Guide's tough, no-holds-barred reporting takes you behind the scenes, tells you what's happening in the television industry, checks out sex on pay TV and asks, how far can it go? Looks at how drug abuse affects the programs you watch, probes the forces that influence what you see on TV, and there's so much more.
And now you'll appreciate the expanded listings that include your favorites on cable and pay TV, lively new features and columns, easy-to-read primetime guides, plus previews of all the new exciting shows, sports and specials, and movie reviews you can really trust.
But find out for yourself just how much more fun you can get out of television with TV Guide. Call today, toll-free, 800-228-1600 for 26 weeks of TV Guide at just $9.87.
So send no money. You'll be billed later. But act now before the price goes up. Call today, 800-228-1600 for 26 weeks of TV Guide at just $9.87.
Call now, 800-228-1600. Toll-free, 800-228-1600.
Former Dallas Cowboy star Hollywood Henderson is in trouble again. Henderson was arrested today for stealing a $1,200 typewriter from police headquarters. Henderson was arrested Monday night for speeding in Richardson, Texas. A friend, Patricia Smith, came to bail him out, and after the two left the police station, the typewriter was discovered missing. Police used to hand out Henderson's picture to youngsters as part of a public relations campaign. They say they won't anymore.
Here's one of the great idols of youngsters of all ages and sports fans throughout the Delaware Valley, Big Al Meltzer, who's live at 5 Sports tonight.
Makes it sound like a eulogy.
Well, we
Well,
love
it's the end
you,
of the
Al.
year.
It's the end of the year.
It's not my birthday, nothing like that?
No,
just because I'm a nice guy.
That's right.
All right, then that's good enough. Let's talk about basketball. Sixers are in Seattle on a Western trip. They beat the Golden State Warriors last night. Listen to this score, 142-135. So you figure it was not a defensive battle. Sixers started out 9-0 and 15-2. But the Warriors caught them early in the fourth period before the Sixers, who faded in that last period in Phoenix, regrouped. The Doctor at 34. They're 21-6. They lead the conference because Boston lost in Denver. Losing on the road is expected in this league, particularly out west. But all Philadelphia has to remember is that one game, just one game, cost them last season. Because of it, they had to play Milwaukee in a tough series and lost that very important home court to Boston. They all count. Villanova lost to St. John's last night in the Garden, 94-89, second loss of the year. But the good part is that Rolly Massimino's kids, freshmen, learned a lot about basketball, the experience that will be very useful when it's playoff time in the Big East. They were down by 18 in the second half. They got it down to 4 with less than 2 minutes to go. John Pannone had a career-high 34 points. And the best of the freshmen had picked. He had fouled out, but you got Dwight McClain and Dwayne McClain. These are freshman kids. And they kept coming back and coming back and coming back, but they got too far behind against St. John's. Pretty good basketball team, which is the only team to knock off Temple so far this year. Temple won out west. They'll play San Diego tonight in the Cabrillo Classic. A little bit too late, guys. All right, here's a question. Where's the one place in the East where the figure skaters go to get instruction? The answer, Wilmington, Delaware Skating Club. And the coach, Rod Ludington. Recently, the Carruthers, and now a new pair. Another pair of very talented figure skaters, Blake Hobson, 19, and Janice Kinderchuk, 17. Janice, the cousin of former flyer Orest Kinderchuk. They don't train the year round here because he is a sophomore at Northwestern University, and Janice is a senior at Wheaton Central High School in Illinois. The two come to Wilmington at Christmas, breaks during the Easter, and all summer long to perfect their skills.
It's fairly difficult.
We have other people that help us in Chicago, but the ice conditions, the ice time, the availability, things like this aren't as good as Wilmington, and therefore it makes it a lot more difficult. There's a certain effect you need to push yourself. You have to desire it and want it yourself, and if you do, then it's not so difficult.
In 1980, they were 3rd in the U.S. in juniors. Last year in their first appearance in senior competition, 10th in the U.S. This summer, international competition, 2nd in France, 3rd in Germany.
Stance, you'd want to be older to show a mature look, whereas in singles or pairs, it's the youth that really, you know, gets everything.
Be honest. Now, you can watch basketball and football and baseball and all the rest of them, but is there anything more dramatic than a live telecast of skating competition, particularly in the Olympics? It's really beautiful, isn't it? Speaking of skating, the best skater in the National Hockey League this year, and maybe in any other year, they call him the Great Gretzky. Wayne Gretzky, the Edmonton Oilers. The Flyers will get a shot at him tonight. Hopefully he can do something. We'll have a report on Gretzky in the next half hour. And I turn it back to a very wonderful guy. I got to repay the compliment.
Thank you, Ralph. Now it's time for a live update of rush hour traffic with Rick Gillespie of the ARCO Go Patrol. Rick, what's happening?
Okay, thank you very much, Larry. Right now we're flying over King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. As you can see, Route 202 and Route 363 down there. Not too many traffic problems out here, just some minor delays westbound on the Schuylkill Expressway approaching the ramp for 202. Had some problems around the airport. In fact, still quite slow on both the Girard Point Bridge and the Platte Bridge approaching the airport area. And we're still expecting that Tacony Palmyra Bridge opening just before 6 o'clock. Live on the Channel 10 News, I'm Rick Gillespie in the ARCO Go Patrol helicopter.
Time now for a look at some of the people making news tonight. Author Truman Capote is out $13,000 after a judge in Naples, Florida, found him in default on a deal with a real estate agency. The firm says Capote put a $13,000 deposit on a home on Marco Island, Florida, but never followed through with the deal. The judge ruled that Capote should forfeit the deposit. In another court case, the Lone Star Film Company is suing High Society magazine for $100,000. The company says High Society published sexy pictures of Jacqueline Bisset from the movie Secrets without getting authorization. And Guardian Angels founder Curtis Sliwa and his new bride Lisa, also a guardian angel, are encountering some roadblocks as they begin their new marriage. During a public demonstration of martial arts techniques, Mrs. Sliwa managed to hurt her husband by kicking him in the foot. And the couple is having some trouble finding a place to live. They want to expand the Guardian Angels to St. Louis and live in a public housing project, but the housing authority says it doesn't have an apartment for them. Larry?
Deborah, we have a story tonight about a Philadelphia institution. Philadelphia's greatest gorilla, Massa, is making more news tonight. Today, the world-famous Philadelphia Zoo held a birthday party in honor of Massa's 51st birthday. He's the world's oldest living gorilla in captivity. Massa got to indulge in all of his favorite snacks today, including bananas and, of course, apples. He loves apples. Zoo officials say Massa is slowing down a bit, but he does like to break out in his favorite Jackie Gleason side shuffle every once in a while. The zoo says he likes to do the step to impress his fans and remind them of who's boss. He is great to watch at the Philadelphia Zoo.
He is. He must not have felt like doing a step today, though.
I guess not.
Okay, coming up next on Live at 5, a new device to help patients who undergo open-heart surgery.
And Herb Denenberg on a unique new method of alerting rescue squads to help the elderly and people with health problems. The micro alert system, next on Live at 5.
Every month, the sun comes up on an American outdoors tradition.
This time of year, you take your best on shallow running plugs, like this one.
A tradition called Field and Stream. Field and Stream is first with sportsmen looking for action that swims or flies or runs. We'll show you how to rig for trout or tarpon, stripers or steelhead, bass or bluefish. You'll meet the sportsman and the sport. The ringnecks, the racks, and the rainbows. The one that got away, and the one that didn't.
Be careful. Take it easy. Take it easy. Don't horse them in.
Field and Stream shows you the guns that shoot straighter, hit harder, and really talk turkey. We'll tell you where the trophies hang out, show you how to make the most out of your dog days, and give you tips you can really hang your hat on. With Field and Stream, you'll learn how to stake your claim in the great outdoors, so you're never up a creek without a paddle. And when we go after a story, we go all the way. From the bottom of a trout stream to the top of the world. The only thing we'll do by halves is cut our price so you can haul in the bargain of the season.
Come on, come on. All right.
Good job.
And now you can bag a bargain too. Here's how.
Now, 1 full year of Field and Stream is yours at the lowest introductory price available anywhere. Call toll-free 1-800-453-4000, and you can receive a full year of Field and Stream. 12 issues for only $6.94. That's the lowest price available anywhere. The call is toll-free. The number is 1-800-453-4000, or write Field and Stream TV offer 1515 Broadway, New York, New York, 10036. We'll bill you later. That number once again is 1-800-453-4000.
Doctors at Penn State say they have the most successful results to date of a compact heart pump designed to save patients after open heart surgery. The pump helps patients in danger of dying after surgery by keeping the blood pumping through their bodies. Half the patients survived after being given the heart pump.
You know, many elderly people and people with serious health problems live in fear that something may happen without anyone around to call for help. Tonight, Herb Denneberg looks at a special device you can wear which will get the emergency help you need, help that could really save your life.
I was looking out the window, and the next thing I knew, I was plumb on the floor with my head against the jamb. And there was a chest here at that time, so I had nothing to reach to pull myself up. I put my hand in back to see if I could do that, and realized my head was bleeding. So I pressed my micro alert, and the police were here within a few moments.
The ingenious little device that saved Helen Davis's life, called a micro alert, sets off an emergency alarm system. It brought the Narberth police to the apartment of 82-year-old Mrs. Davis, where she was helpless on the floor in the kitchen, having suffered from what is sometimes called a small stroke and having received injuries from her fall. This is the micro alert transmitter worn around the person's neck. You squeeze it, it goes to this receiver and sets off this dialing unit, which dials the phones to any person who is supposed to receive the message. Mrs. Davis, who is both a user and a salesperson for Micro Alert, demonstrated the product for us and the message it can automatically dial and automatically transmit to police, her daughter, her doctor, and others.
This is an emergency call. There is an emergency at the residence of Helen Davis at 203 Essex Avenue, Narberth. Apartment number 8.
Dr. Bruce G. Silver, her doctor, specializes in geriatrics, medical care of the aged. He sees Micro Alert as a device that can help many types of patients.
A patient with congestive heart failure might become acutely short of breath and unable to talk on the phone, and so could push the button and summon help. Those people who wish to live alone, to maintain their independence, that's the people that would help.
Matt Adelizi of the Narberth Police, the department that answered Mrs. Davis's call for emergency help, knows the importance of the Micro Alert device.
I've handled numerous cases of elderly people that live alone and have fallen or are incapacitated, cannot get to the phone, and therefore cannot notify the police or any emergency service.
The device can be purchased for $625 or obtained on a lease purchase arrangement. But that price may be a bargain if it can keep people independent, living on their own and out of nursing homes.
The Micro Alert company estimated that the United States government could save somewhere in the area of between $250 million and $500 million if a person were to use the option of having Micro Alert in their home rather than giving up their independence and going into nursing homes or old age homes.
For more information on Micro Alert, you can call 667-6658. That's 667-6658. For Channel 10 News, this is Herb Denneberg.
Still to come on Live at 5, what some people consider the luck of New Year's Eve.
And there's also a recommendation for you in that story. And Herb Clark has his fingers crossed, hoping for good strutting weather on Friday.
Marcelle G. Pick. She's a gerontologist and conference coordinator on aging, the Center for Allied Services, Beaver College. Why did you become a gerontologist?
Well, that's a story that goes back a long time ago. I was raised by a grandmother who was the absolutely most admired woman in my life. She was a role model from the start. She died when she was 75, and all my life I wanted to be like my grandmother. So then when I reassessed my skills as to what I should do with the rest of my life, I thought I would want to work for people who are aging and maybe give them the dignity she had. Now, why then I seemingly switched to the problem of the middle-aged child is because recently I had my mother-in-law staying with us, who was very ill for about a year, and I nearly lost my sanity, I nearly lost my marriage, and I needed help, and I didn't know where to get it. And I decided this is where I must work.
And now you're giving help.
Well, hopefully I am. The problem is that people who have elderly parents feel they should cope, that it's a dirty word if you can't cope. And that's why they're reluctant not to seek help. They're really like, you know, I want to say, they're really like the alcoholic. They don't realize they have a problem. They think they're coping, and they're not.
That's a perfect way to say it. I too, when I went into this whole thing, I had no idea I was going into this, and it came about very much the same way as you described, because I went through a time when I had 5 people. It was over a course of 7 years, and during 2.5 of those years, all 5 people in the generation above me overlapped, and we had a family who needed care. And even the emotional problems, the legal problems, the financial problems were all intertwined. And I realized back in those days there was no one to whom you could really turn to pull it all together, which is why I studied and kept working full-time, going to school at night and thinking I was coping. And then making sure that I knew that possibly I could do something so other people wouldn't have to go through this, and pull it all together and give them some sort of practical advice and answers.
I think at one point you also lost your house, right? Trying to cope financially.
We lost one house,
yes.
Our own family home.
That's right, yes, I remember you telling me. It's
we learned everything the hard way.
Yes.
Your story is not a particularly unusual story. I find that the one thing that you did not mention was medical help. And that's interesting, but that's usually the first place people turn, is we have a relative, friend, neighbor who's elderly, who needs help. Where is the first place one always goes? And the answer is to his physician. After finishing my training in internal medicine and going out and establishing a general primary care internal medicine practice, within 6 months, I found there was a tremendous void in the area in which I practice in geriatrics. There was virtually no other physician interested in the subject or the field of geriatrics and taking care of the elderly medically. When you take care of elderly people in geriatrics, I've learned over 5 years of doing it, you are not responsible strictly for medication, strictly for blood pressure, but you are responsible for the entire patient, socially, emotionally, activities level. You're also responsible to the children. You must talk to your elderly patient as if he is, and he still is, a real whole individual with the rights to make all his decisions for himself, to the point of what medicines he will take, when he won't go into the hospital if you tell him, what chances he wants to take. You must then explain these to the child. Frequently the child himself may be 60 or 65 years old at this point, but you must explain it to that person and say, your father has a right to make whatever decision he wants, and he is to be treated like an adult, and he has final say, not you, in whatever is done. And this is an extremely difficult position for a physician or a family member to be in. And the physician has a dilemma. He must provide for the patient himself, but he must also provide for the family member, emotionally as well as in total physically. The case, again, with elderly people frequently comes up where you have an 86, 87, 90-year-old person, perhaps previously doing well or perhaps having some difficulty with memory, marked confusion prior. and the patient may come in the hospital with a severe, overwhelming pneumonia, perhaps heart failure, perhaps his kidneys aren't working, and the patient begins to go downhill. There now becomes, with our sophistication in medicine, a question of how far do we go with this person?
That's
to
right,
what
that's
end?
a great issue.
You must
Yes.
discuss this with the family.
Absolutely.
You must help the family make their decision. You must tell them what you would do. I don't know how many times in the past 3 days I've said, if this were my father, if this were my grandfather, this is what I would do. And once the family member has come to a decision of some sort, much of which you've guided them and much of which you've really made for them, but once having come to that decision, as a physician, you now have a duty, a responsibility, moral if not legal, to support that child, that 65-year-old child. It is reassuring
65,
him.
excuse me, but I think a middle-aged child can extend from age 40 to 75.
Absolutely.
I happen
Absolutely.
to know, I was told of somebody in Baltimore who goes to a daycare center. He's 75, and every day he goes with his 95-year-old father. This is incredible. It's just incredible what has
The most
happened.
incredible story I've heard that way was one of the deaconesses, a sister I was caring for, called me one day and said, I was having such and such a problem. I've been taking care of her for a number of years. She was 80 years old. She was going to be 80 on her next birthday. And she said, I really have a problem, doctor. I know you haven't seen me in 2 years. I live upstate. But my problem is my mother is sick. Could you help me take care of her? Because I can't take care of her in the house at the same time. So her 99-year-old mother came in the hospital, and the discharge planning was to the 80-year-old child, if you will.
That's right.
Who had problems of her own. That
And you
is the
have the
extreme case
siblings
that I
taking
have.
care of one another, and the spouses taking care of one another, which is extremely difficult. And then you wind up with not only the medical problem, but you wind up having a lot of things that are emotionally, financially, and legally interacting.
You talked about sibling care. Sibling, I think, generally means daughter. And we are socialized to take care of our parents, and it usually falls on the woman who today is often a working woman and not able to give the same kind of time and services that she did a generation ago.
And therefore feeling more guilty.
15 years ago.
That's right, yes.
And feeling much more guilty, because she says, I must be with my own children who are growing, and I must take care of my mother or father or both, and I must perform my job. And at that point, she is, as you said, not coping, but thinking she's coping. And she
Even if
becomes
she
a candidate
thinks she
for the
can't,
medical
she
care.
doesn't cope, but she's not going, it's a taboo. She can't go and speak about it to anyone because she feels she should cope. And it's her problem if she's not coping. She doesn't realize that in that situation, we all need help. You know, and there are services, there are support systems, there are workshops. But you must not stay alone, because you're so emotionally involved that you don't really know what you're doing. And I think you should separate your problems. You know, for instance, I think every day you should say to yourself, now there are 3 types of problem within this issue. There are the problems that cannot be solved. For instance, my mother has Parkinson's, that cannot be changed. The problems that can be solved by somebody else, but not me. Maybe my brother ought to send more money so I could afford to get a homemaker during the day. And the problems that I can solve. For instance, I'm getting worn down at this job. It's taking me 24 hours a day. Every day I must try to go for a walk or read a book for an hour or separate myself.
And they don't really think, they still don't think that they deserve that time, because they think they have to. We still have that same old problem. And we have to learn to delegate so much of the responsibility, yes, to the family doctor or to the geriatric specialist, if one can find a geriatric specialist.
If mother was good to you, the feeling was you must be all and everything to your mother.
Absolutely, and you want to be
But I don't think
good.
that's true. I don't think, I think that what you say is, yes, you must be good to her. But as a father and a son, I've had times when my father was very ill, in the hospital, severe heart attack. We didn't know if he would make it the next hour, let alone the next day. And at 7 or 8 o'clock at night, what he said to me was, he grabbed me and he said, Bruce, go home and take care of your wife and your children. That is your responsibility.
Yes, but how many people
But the insight,
do
but
that?
his insight, what my father told me is right.
That's right.
He is right, even when he was ill, and thank God he survived it, and he's doing beautifully now. 3 years later. But the point was still, he said to me, go home, you must spend time with your children. That's your life. And what he said to me, and he's not a physician, in fact, he's a lawyer, but what he said to me holds, and I've used that again and again when I talk to the children, the 40 and 50 and 60-year-old children. And what I say is, your life as your mother or father would want it is for your spouse and the generations below, if you will, for what's coming up. And it's not wrong to feel that way. In fact, much as you said with an alcoholic, although there is a difference, you must realize there's a problem there. You must realize you're not coping before you can solve it.
That's right, yes, you must do that. At the same time, you were very fortunate that you had a father who, as ill as he was, still had all his mental capacities. My mother-in-law, for instance, said, I have worked hard all my life. From now on, I'm not going to do anything, and you will entertain me. She resented our going out. She resented my children doing their homework, excusing themselves from the table to go to do their homework.
How did you
She
cope with
wanted
that?
to be entertained.
What did you do?
Well, sometimes I gave in. I said that she'd stay another minute, and you know, but it was just incredible.
What would you do now?
Well, what I would do now is I would say, Mother, this is as much as we can all give you. And the children, and at the time I said the children have to go to school, and if they go to school, they have to do their homework. And I have to go to work. And it's not right for you to demand that much of me.
One of the things maybe that I know that this is a past thing. It happened, you went through this, but one of the things is if we plan with our parents, if we're not afraid to talk with them, and often I'm finding that they're not afraid to, they're waiting for us to talk to them. And they are afraid to say anything. They don't want to say that they might need a little help. But if we would sit down and say, well, what are your views? There are a lot of things that we can plan, both in our attitudes and in their attitudes, and we'd often be more surprised before something happens that they have a very healthy attitude toward our own lives and toward our children's lives.
I think we would resent deeply if in any important decision-making we would not be included in by a spouse, by whatever it may be. How can we take from them such dignity?
Exactly.
All right, we're going to be back in just a moment, but we want to tell you that we have a resource guide for the care of aging parents. And we think it will give you many, many agencies in the community and many ideas for you. Please write. It's Box 7775 in Philadelphia. We'll be back after this message.
Dazzle her with diamonds.
A diamond anniversary ring from Robbins 8th and Walnut.
And you'll save money because Robbins 8th and Walnut has a sparkling selection of diamond anniversary rings on sale at 30% less than our regular price. Half-carat total weight anniversary rings on sale for only $5.95. Or a full-carat total weight diamond anniversary ring only $9.95.
So don't miss out on this opportunity to dazzle her with a diamond anniversary ring.
And you'll save 30% at Robbins 8th and Walnut. Our name is our address.
Doctor, if we forget the name of our best friend on introduction, it's kind of all right. We've had a stressful and difficult week. But if an aged person forgets that name, they are thought to be on the edge of senility. And it seems so unfair. They're not entitled to forget, apparently.
It is totally unfair and unjust to that person. We all are entitled to forget. I walk around myself with 3x5 cards in my pocket so I can remember where my patients are and where I left them. And many times we do think this when a person who is elderly, and just because a person is elderly, we should have no expectation that he is either going to begin to forget everything, that he is going to no longer be a full human being. People can and should be. When we do see a situation where a person does notice more confusion than should be, it is frequently, however, helpful to get them to a physician who knows something about this age group, and that is almost all the family doctors in this area who would know that. GPs, family doctors, internists. You don't need a geriatric specialist. I'm not quite sure what that is, even though I may be one. I'm not sure what we are. But what we need to do is to examine that patient to see if there are signs of other diseases, thyroid disease, low potassium levels we've heard a lot about, salt and water balance being askew, perhaps such things as an anemia that's developed. Even an ulcer can cause some of these problems because of resultant anemia. So perhaps when these things happen, a simple general checkup at the family physician's office may put the finger on a number of reversible causes. But remember that not everybody should forget things, and there is never, oh, he's just old, so he forgets things. Don't pay any attention and don't see a doctor. There are frequently things we can do. Unfortunately, there are also, as many famous people with Alzheimer's type disease, which is getting a lot of
Rita Hayworth
play.
put it on the map.
Yes, she certainly did, and it's very common. Alzheimer's disease, when I graduated from medical school in 1974, was called a presenile dementia. You had to have it before you were 65 or it wasn't Alzheimer's disease. Then over 65, you were just senile. Well, that's changed in the 8 years since I've been out of school, and we now have senile dementia, Alzheimer's type, which means that what happens is, for whatever reason, the brain cells deteriorate at a more rapid rate, and a certain percentage of the population with time will get this, but that percentage is not 100%. Everybody will not get Alzheimer's if they live long enough. There is some speculation that perhaps if everybody lived to age 120, perhaps everybody would. That's something you and I probably will never know. But there's no reason to assume that just because people are forgetful and they may be 80 years old, we should write them off and forget them. So frequently the first place to start is with the family physician. Depression also in these people can play a significant role.
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the things that I noticed too is loneliness. Their own age group may be gone from them for whatever reason. Maybe they have had to move to accommodate living spaces or whatever, and they are very lonely. And at that point, when they're no longer talking back and forth with one another, with you, and you have had to move to another city for a job, for whatever reason, these people can feel so alone and alienated that it apes what we call senility. It is not senility at all. What they need is some sort of interaction on a very lively level with their own interests, something that they can get their teeth into and say, I'm a worthwhile person, I'm involved in this. And often they just don't have that kind of impetus and input. If you look at that emotionally and can clear that up, that may be a very, very valid thing that you could do. Their diet and maybe a slight hearing loss, which causes them to think that nobody is saying hello to them.
That is the problem. You're stating the problems of the elderly, but to return to the problem of the child giving care, I think it's important that a diagnosis be made. You know, what is happening that my mother is so irritable or, you know, senile, quote, or whatever, so that in turn you can accept that person much better and say, well, you know, she is very irritable, she is confused, but there is a reason, she's just not mean. And therefore you go on loving that person. You just don't give up and saying, I can't live with her anymore. That's why I think it's so important to have a diagnosis for the middle-aged child.
I should also add to that diagnosis, a positive diagnosis, not a negative diagnosis. In other words, we need to say they positively have this disease entity.
That's right.
Not they don't have these, therefore.
That's right.
No, it's a positive diagnosis. It's not negative, it's positive. And from a support group mechanism, I have seen elderly people, 80, 85, who have been written off as senile, if you will, put into a corner perhaps by families, and with lack of anything to do because everybody's working and active and mom can no longer be functional, we put her in a nursing home, which sounds terrible to everybody, but it's not necessarily terrible. I've seen people in good nursing homes. They come in and they're depressed and they look at their shoe tops all day, and before you know it, we have a bridge club and we have a choir group that comes in once a week, and the children from the school next door, Friends Central School, comes in to visit at one of the nursing homes, and before you know it, this old senile person is awake and smiling and talking and looking forward to the next social outing, the next Phillies game, perhaps when they take some of them down to the game, the outing for luncheon,
And these people come alive again. So nursing homes also, I might add, are not just where you put somebody until they die. It's
the
where
good
somebody
nursing
lives.
home, the very few
There
who
are good nursing homes. There are also other, services. You can get somebody to come in during the day for 1 or 2 hours, somebody to give that elderly person a bath or read them the paper or be a companion, whatever. There are services which then allows the middle-aged child to get out and to regain control over their lives.
And there are also daycare centers. Now, if you're thinking that you don't know where they are and that they don't even exist, we have a resource guide and we have offered it. And we are going to, of course, with the address at the end of the program. We don't want to leave you with problems for which there may be no solutions. There are some solutions to some of the problems.
And yes, and that's when I would like to mention the one-day conferences we're having at Allied Services at Beaver College for the middle-aged child.
Very practical information.
Oh, very practical. The half of the time is devoted to it's all right for you to feel angry. It's all right for you to feel you can't cope. But there are ways to help, and we are going to give you the resources. We're going to tell you what is available for no money. We're going to tell you how much such service costs. Legal, financial, where the nursing homes are, where the agencies that will send a person in your home for 1, 2 hours, once or twice a week. We have that information.
Mary Beth, that is your area, particularly.
Yes, we have to point out the pitfalls and some of the things that they could get into if they're not looking ahead and properly preparing. There are so many things in your life you wouldn't think of doing without a little bit of preparation. This is a massive undertaking. It's going to change your life. It's definitely going to change your parents' lives. You want them involved as much as possible. This is their lives you're talking about. And to have them in a situation that will be the most viable, the most vibrant and living and loving situation for them, you have to do a little bit of preparing. You also have to know legally where you stand, financially where you stand. You have already taken care of part of the medical. This will change. It will keep on changing. And there will be people who can help you out through this. They're very good people. But initially, I would like to say don't run and say, uh-oh, things are wrong. This is the diagnosis. We have to go nursing home. There are 102,000 things that you can do before you think nursing home. And yet nursing home may be the very most viable option that you could do. But let's see, what kind, know what to look for, know who in the family should be taking care of financial and legal aspects. See who should be doing this and what kind of work you can delegate and how often a lawyer is really necessary, or what kinds of things do you take to a lawyer. Are these sorts of things that you yourself could work out? And do you have the proper questions to ask so that you're not driving a lawyer up a wall, pardon me, or taking his time when you have a very emotional outburst? This happened to Mother today, and you call your lawyer. This takes his time. It costs you money.
It does cost a lot
and,
of money, yes.
And this is not what you need to do to solve a problem. You need to be properly prepared right straight along the line as to what we can look at. If it's daycare for your children so that you can have time to be free, fine. You can find that or have help in finding that, whatever it happens to be.
Mary Beth, I think I wish I had known you a year ago.
I know, I used to say if I had existed when I needed me, I would have hired me. But I didn't know about me then. And people are coming along who are going to put this together for you and help you through it one step at a time. Because every single family is so individual. You had someone who was putting down every effort that you made and demanding more.
That's
and then
right.
there are other people, like your father, and many, many people in my family who were so extremely supportive that all they wanted you to do was, look, how can I help you? I am very, very sick, but how can I help you? They never said, I am very sick. What they said was, what can I do to help? And that seems to be the overall, what we're picking up now is that parents are beginning to have themselves prepare so that their children, their middle-aged children, or their children coming up, will not have to go through what our generation is still going through.
I think another important thing too are those support groups. You cannot possibly be wrapped up in your emotions and not go and talk to people who will not pass any judgment on you, who will tell you of their experience. They know how to actively listen. They will let you speak, and they will not tell you what to do. They will let it come out of you, you know. And I think that is most important too when you're in this situation.
The other thing that you have to realize, and much as you've just said to Mary Beth, that these groups, if you were around a year ago, they would have used you. My practice is based in a fairly middle-class area, and it is virtually every day people say, where can I turn, where can I go? There are still very, very few. A year, 2 years ago, I would say, well, gee, you really have a problem. If we could only have somebody to stay with Mom all day, she'd do fine. She doesn't need a nursing home. She needs somebody to sit with her and talk to her. And this is the kind of thing I think that you're trying to, or have gotten started, and it's tremendous. What we need is more people of that sort to help.
We need to know where the resources are.
I think at this point we do have the people, but we don't have the middle-aged child who doesn't realize he or she has a problem and needs help to cope better for that elderly parent or for themselves. And I think those people should feel free to go out and seek help, whatever it may be.
Right, if it's through a support group like Carol Pierce-Scala's group for
right, or legal, or financial, but whatever they ought to find out what is being given to them now.
And at all times include mother or dad or relative into the decision and what we're doing.
Absolutely.
And you may have to mention it a few times because the idea of going out into an unfamiliar place may be intimidating.
Or having someone come in, and often the parents will initiate it. I am surprised at how many times the parents themselves initiate this search because they want to save their children from any untoward trouble.
They're smarter than we are, and they brought us up, so they have to be a little smarter than we are. And you have to be strong, you have to be tough, and you have to be fairly smart to get to an old age. You don't
They must have done something right. And thank you so much for being with us. It is most important. We do hope you'll write in. We do think we have an excellent resource guide, Care for Aging Parents. Box 7775 in Philadelphia. And tonight we have taken a closer look at you and your aging parents.
You got a $500 suit on, you're still a lowlife.
Yeah, but I look good.
He's totally slick.
I'll be real good from now on, Mr. Kate.
He's very together. He's with it.
That's a funny joke, I get it.
He's got it.
My name's Reggie Hammond.
Well, so what?
And he knows how to use it.
What's happening, Luther? Did that hurt?
Paramount Pictures presents Nick Nolte and Eddie Murphy in 48 Hours.
Y'all be cool.
Rated R.
Now showing at the Duke and Duchess, 1605 Chestnut Street and surrounding first-run theaters.
At James Way, we care about you.
The night before Christmas, we'll be hearing a snap, but Santa's not worried, he's taking a nap. Why is St. Nick so relaxed and at ease? His sleigh is plumb full of cassettes and LPs. From the music department at James Way. $6.99 each for holiday hits like High on Christmas on Parade, or the Oak Ridge Boys Christmas on MCA, and Kenny Rogers' Christmas album on Liberty. $6.99 each at James Way. This year it's easy, everyone's asking for music.
Happy Hanukkah from all of us at Channel 17.
It's a big wide world full of children, happy when they're glad. It's a big wide world full of children, it's a shame when they are sad. And the world is bright when they are eating, wrong when they are not. Yet the world is full of children starving. We can change it, make it right.
All God's Children, presented by World Vision, with special guests Dave Boyer, Diane Carroll, Mike Douglas, Carol Lawrence, And your hosts, Stan Mooneyham and Dale Evans, along with the children of Somalia, Haiti, Colombia, Papua New Guinea, and Kenya. And now, Stan Mooneyham.
Welcome to this special hour about children, all God's children. But if you think the title implies a kind of religious Sesame Street, or that all programs about kids are funny cartoons, you may be in for a surprise. For the next 60 minutes, you're going to see the real world from millions of children. Not a fantasy world. It's stark, it's real. And for that reason, I think you'll be glad you watched. We're even going to give you a chance to put your arms of love around a lonely child and say, I care. That'll be a nice feeling. And here to join me for this hour is a longtime friend of World Vision and a special friend of children, Dale Evans. Welcome, Dale.
Thank you, Stan. I can't think of any place I'd rather be than right here. Tonight, we want to tell you and your family how you can help one specific child in a very special way. It's called World Vision Child Care Sponsorship, and it's a way you can share your love with a child, how you can write to him or her and receive a picture. And it can all begin with a call to this number and a monthly gift of just $18.
How about doing us a favor right now? Would you call 2 or 3 of your friends and tell them about this special hour? Now, here they are, all God's children.
The birth of a child is the happiest of occasions. However, it is a sad fact that most children who are born into the world's poorest countries. And before long, most of these boys and girls will find themselves sick and malnourished because of disease and hunger. Foods like eggs, milk, meat, and vegetables are luxuries and may never ever end up on these dinner tables. Instead, it's a little rice, or beans, or nothing. As malnutrition does its horrible work, a child's tissues begin to wear out. The body becomes tired. Before long, all initiative is gone. But the damage can be even more severe. Between conception and the age of 2, some 80% of the brain's growth occurs. Brain cells must have protein from the very moment that life begins. Without it, the brain does not grow, and the chance to attain full mental development is lost forever. The sad thing is that this is the horrible prospect for millions of our world's children. And yet, children remain our world's greatest natural resource. To lose them is to lose everything. Right now, World Vision, a Christian humanitarian organization, is touching the physical and spiritual lives of hundreds of thousands of these little ones who suffer. World Vision's ministry began 30 years ago, when homeless children were left to fend for themselves on the streets of war-ravaged Korea. Children who were destitute, sick, and dying. It was in this bleeding land that World Vision was born. Today, through World Vision, people like you are helping a new generation of children. For many children in our world, hope is being provided in the form of medical care, nutritious food, education, and shelter. Thousands of children are being helped by teaching families and entire villages better farming methods, new ways to earn a living, and better health and sanitation practices. And always, there is the opportunity for children to hear about the Savior, Jesus Christ, who gave his life that they might live. During this next hour, you'll see our world's children as they struggle for their very survival. Boys and girls who are looking for that special touch from someone who cares, from someone like you. That's why we invite you right now, with your phone call, to let the little children of our world touch your heart. Call now.
If little children ever had a friend, it was Jesus. He was always so gentle, so loving with them. He took them in his arms and he said, "Whoever receives one of these children in my name receives me." You think about that as you look into the faces of these little ones from around the world. Call right now and receive a child into your life by becoming a child care sponsor. When you call, you'll get a picture of your child and a brief biography. You'll be helping your child receive food, medical care, education, Christian love, and you'll be able to write to one another. So call now, and for $18 a month, reach out and take one of God's children into your arms. For a person to be welcomed into millions of homes day after day, year after year, well, he must have something very special to offer. Mike Douglas is just such a person, and what he has in great abundance is warmth, wit, talent, and a marvelous capacity for love. Here is Mike Douglas to sing a most appropriate song, People.
People who need people are the luckiest people in the world. We're children needing other children, and yet letting our grown-up pride hide all the need inside. Acting more like children than children. Lovers are very special people. They're the luckiest people in the world. With one person, one very special person, a feeling deep in your soul says you are half, now you're whole. No more hunger or thirst, but first be a person who needs people. People who need people are the luckiest people in the world. With one person, one very special person, a feeling deep in your soul says you are half, now you're whole. No more hunger or thirst, but first be a person who needs people. People who need people are the luckiest people in the
In the world's poorer countries, some 100 children are born every minute. 15 of that 100 will not live to see their first birthday. In the poorer nations, infant mortality is 8 times higher than in the developed countries. It is estimated that 1/6 of the deaths among children are due to diseases that could have been prevented. All God's children need your love. Call now.
The world is full of children dying. You can change it, make it right.
In our world of hunger, children suffer the most. That's why we're coming to you tonight and inviting you to become a World Vision child care sponsor. With your monthly gift of $18, you'll be helping provide things like food, medical care, education, and hope. And remember, when you call, you'll receive a picture of your child, a brief biography, and you'll be able to write to one another. Now, if you don't find it convenient to sponsor a child right now, you may want to give a one-time gift of $25, $50, or $100 or more. Whatever the amount, your caring is so important. And here's how I know. This is the famous citadel of Haiti. But don't let the beauty fool you, because that's only part of the picture. That's the travel poster part. Actually, the inhabitants of Haiti find it anything but paradise. It is one of the poorest countries in the Western Hemisphere. Malnutrition and disease plague thousands. And of course, the worst to suffer are the little children. That's why I would like you to meet a little girl. Her name is Marjorie Cadet. She lives right here in the village of Don Don, and she's 6 years old. I think she's a beauty, don't you? Even though Marjorie likes to run and jump and laugh like any other little girl, there's something she's told me that I want to share with you. Marjorie's family is too poor to send her to school. They just can't afford the required books and school uniforms. They're barely surviving themselves. So this means that while the other children happily head off for class each morning, Marjorie just kind of watches them, wishing and hoping that some way she could be with them. You see, in the poorer countries, being able to go to school represents the key to a doorway of hope. Without that key, a future with health and hope and progress is just beyond reach. I don't mind telling you that when I see a little child like Marjorie who just can't go to school, my heart starts opening up like the Grand Canyon, and I want to go out and buy a whole library and just teach Marjorie myself. But the tragedy is that Marjorie is not alone in this. Of course, that's why World Vision is helping here in Don Don and all over Haiti. For instance, while children are learning how to read and write, fathers are being given the tools to dig wells for clean water. And while babies are being treated at the medical clinic, mothers are being trained in health, hygiene, and nutrition. And because caring Christians are involved, the message of Christ's love is being heard and received. And the result is children who are growing up mentally, physically, and spiritually. However, there are thousands just like Marjorie, with the door to hope locked tight. That's why I wanted to tell you Marjorie's story. Do you know that you can help unlock that door? With your call, you can give some child a key to the future. Health, education, hope. For the sake of Marjorie and her little brothers and sisters, why don't you call right now?
As you've seen, Dale was there, and she knows. Now, that's why with such conviction, she can ask you to bring hope to children like Marjorie. Right now, go to your phone and say, I want to sponsor a child in Asia or Latin America or Africa. You'll receive your child's picture and a description of where he or she lives. Then you'll be on the threshold of a very special relationship.
Stan, I can vouch for that. The rich experiences I've had from sponsoring children through World Vision have been priceless. There's just no way to put a price tag on a relationship where love is expressed in such tangible terms. That's why your $18 a month means so much more than food, medicine, clothing, and education. Bound together and given in the name of Jesus, it means hope, life, and a future for your child. Don't you wait another second. Call right now.
One cannot look at the life and ministry of Jesus without sensing his deep sense of love and compassion for those who were in need. He reached out to touch the lives of all, to help them become all that they were created to be. Through World Vision, you and I can use that same love and compassion today to touch helpless, hurting people and help them become all that God created them to be. World Vision and you, it's a little miracle of love just waiting to happen.
One of the real privileges of being the First Lady is to be able to see firsthand the great and compassionate heart of the American people. Nowhere is that more evident than in our response to the needs of hurting children. Tonight, World Vision is giving us the chance to help give hungry children life and hope. I urge you to respond.
A song reflects the mood of the singer. It can be happy and can reflect all that's good about life. It can also be sad, filled with the lyrics of human despair. Every culture has its song, a song that speaks of past glories and ancient defeats, of life in the present and of hope for the future. Poets have often been called the recorders of a nation's soul. And when their lines are put to music, they become part of that tradition that lives on and on. One thing's for sure. When there's happiness, you'll always find a song. It comes from the lips of children who feel that all's right with their world. It rises deep from the heart of a mother and from a grandmother who lends her voice to the tune. A song reflects the mood of the singer. But when you're sick, poor, and all alone, you don't feel much like singing. Life has no more rhythm and has given way to the dull monotone of hunger and despair. Or to a bitter wail that asks, why was my baby taken? Why was my little one cut down in the flower of her youth? A song reflects the mood of the singer. Right now, you and I have the rare opportunity to give these men and women, girls and boys, a new song. A song of joy and hope. A song that promises a brighter today and a tomorrow filled with new possibilities. Right now, you and I can step into that world of discord and pain and help bring harmony and life to these who suffer so much. For some, the pain of the past will continue to be reflected in the sadness of their singing. But these too can one day sing a new song. What they sing will depend in part on how we respond. Right now, let your expression of love put a song of hope in someone's heart. Call now.
Once upon a time, in the kingdom of Friesland, there lived a beautiful but very gloomy princess named Samantha. And because the whole kingdom was made of ice, everybody knew how to skate.
Even the babies?
Even the cats and dogs. But because it was so cold all the time, nobody, including the princess, ever cracked a smile. Then one day, a poor but very nice traveler named Justin came to the gates of the kingdom. And he had come from a faraway country where they had never even seen ice before.
Florida?
Well, not exactly, but a country that was very, very warm. And the people of Friesland could accept the fact that Justin was very poorly dressed and poorly groomed, but they couldn't accept the fact that he didn't know how to skate. And so they frowned on him. But the one who frowned the longest and the sharpest was Princess Samantha. Now, Justin was very special. He had a special power to radiate sunshine. It came from deep within him because he had such a beautiful, pure soul. And every time he smiled, the warmth just came out of him and touched everything around him.
If you stood too close to him, would you get a sunburn?
Well, I suppose you would, something like that. But anyway, at this time, Samantha, to point out Justin's differences and his inability to skate, began to do leaps and turns and spins that were absolutely marvelous. Justin, being pure of heart, was delighted at all the wonders he saw. And he began to beam at all the greatness around him. But the more he smiled, the warmer it got. And the warmer it got, the more the ice melted. And pretty soon, the ice turned to slush, and then the slush turned to water. And Princess Samantha couldn't skate on water. So she fell right in and got soaked to the skin, and so did everybody in the entire kingdom.
What did Justin do?
First of all, he was tempted to laugh, but because of his good heart, he felt sorry for them. So he taught them some wonderful things.
Like what?
Well, for one thing, that smiling creates warmth, and warmth creates love, and love can melt the coldest heart.
But it also melted all the ice.
Well, Justin taught them another thing. He taught them to make a good thing out of a bad thing. Because now the entire kingdom was made out of water, he taught them how to swim. And they splashed, and they laughed, and they had a wonderful time. And they thanked Justin for all his generosity. But the most grateful one of all was Princess Samantha. And you know what she did, Larry? She made Justin a prince. And together they swam...
Happily ever after.
Right. You see, Justin knew that special feeling of spreading love. And so can you to someone. Right now, your call can bring the love and warmth that only hope can bring. Won't you make that call? Please.
Malnutrition destroys both body and mind. More than 100,000 children go blind each year because of the lack of vitamin A. Severe malnutrition or even starvation faces 300 to 350 million children in poorer countries. 25 to 30% die before their 5th birthday. All God's children need your love. Call now.
We feel that we can really have a part in helping some of these kids even though we're removed. World Vision is the go-between. It's the assurance that the money actually gets to the people.
There is an inner joy and an inner peace that goes with that, to know that in some way the joy that they're experiencing, thousands of miles away, that I'm a part of that.
And I feel that it's important that we do what we can, not out of guilt, but out of hope, that we can share the things that we have without being there, without seeing them, but knowing that they're being taken care of.
Oh, it's brought us blessings you can't understand. I mean, God has been so good to us. He gives more than you do. You give, and he says he'll give more. And you can't outgive God.
Thus far tonight, we've seen that the real world of children is not a fairy tale where they all lived happily ever after. But because so many of you have called, it's sure going to be a brighter world for thousands of them. Now, for the rest of this hour, we want to tell you about a special and unique program that will put you and your family in touch with one specific child overseas. It's called Child Care Sponsorship. And for just $18 a month, you can have a child assigned to you. Somebody special you can get to know and love.
When you call and become a sponsor, World Vision will send you your child's picture and a brief biography. You'll have the satisfaction of knowing you're helping provide food, education, and the good news of God's love. And best of all, you'll be able to write to each other. Now, this special relationship can begin right now with a phone call and your monthly gift of just $18. When you call, just tell our World Vision operator that you want to become a sponsor of a child.
And Dale, I'd like to add something. When you sponsor a child in one of our World Vision projects, you're doing it through assistance to the entire family and community. After all, you haven't really helped a child in the long run unless you've done something about the environment in which he or she lives. An environment that all too often includes poverty, illiteracy, poor nutrition, impure water, and spiritual darkness. So we work on all those things. You can't believe how many things your $18 a month will do.
Today, some 275,000 children are sponsored through World Vision in some 50 countries. And you can help, too, with your call right now.
Some call it spirit. Others say it's the innocence of youth. That indefinable quality that makes a child determined, even happy, in the midst of the cruelty of hunger and poverty. It might be working for only a few cents a day or learning to cope with lifeless limbs in a small village in Asia. However it's expressed, it reveals an incredible courage and optimism. It is the child of poverty's inner belief that he or she will make it, whatever the odds. One of the saddest things to see is that courage and faith slowly give ground to the steady, unrelenting onslaught of hunger and sickness. All too often, in spite of their determination, eventually weakened bodies give way to the ravages of disease. Disease brought on by impure water, lack of protein, inadequate shelter, drought and famine. Some children make it, barely, while tens of thousands don't. For all their will to survive, they finally can help themselves no longer. To some, it's another statistic in a world of need. But to a grief-stricken mother and father, it's a son or daughter. For many children in the world today, there is hope, because through the World Vision Sponsorship Program, you can help restore some of that strength, faith, and courage of childhood to some boy or girl in Africa, Asia, or Latin America. Your becoming a sponsor will help provide a child with food, medical care, schooling. You'll be helping your child by making possible nutrition classes for mothers, vocational training for fathers, Bible classes for families. You can help restore that sparkle in the eye that says, I can do it. I know I can. Right now, make your decision. Help a child see there can be a bright tomorrow. Call now.
The world is full of children dying. You can change it, make it right.
Make that call right now. And when you do, World Vision will send you your child's picture and a brief biography. You'll have the satisfaction of knowing you're helping provide food, education, medical care, and best of all, you'll be able to write to each other.
And Dale, I'd like to add something. When you help a child in one of our World Vision projects, you're doing it through assistance to the entire family and community. After all, you haven't really helped a child in the long run unless you've done something about the environment in which he or she lives. An environment that all too often includes poverty, illiteracy, poor nutrition, impure water, and spiritual darkness. So we work on all those things. You can't believe how many things your $18 a month will do.
Today, some 275,000 children are sponsored through World Vision in some 50 countries. You can help, too, with your call right now. In our next half hour, we'll be going back to Kenya, then on to Haiti and Colombia. Our special guests will be Dave Boyer and Diane Carroll. Now let's join Carol Lawrence visiting World Vision projects in Kenya.
The need among these Pukot children is overwhelming. The infant mortality rate is over 50%, and 1 out of every 7 children is severely malnourished. Measles, flu, and pneumonia follow. More innocent victims of cattle raiding and drought. Chemose almost died from malnutrition and pneumonia. Her parents carried her 7 miles to the clinic. 15 people in their village had been killed. Their home was gone. They lost everything they owned. Finally, they came here out of desperation. Imagine for a moment that all you have left in this life is your child. She is slowly starving to death, and there's not a thing you can do about it. When I told Chemose's mother that I see my own children in her suffering daughter, she said, everyone who has a child feels these same things.
He has pneumonia in there. He can't use all of the lung tissue.
Nurse Diane Messick.
Right stuff.
The 1982 Toyota Celica, aerodynamically conceived to be efficient, not just different. Its new wedge shape with retractable headlights cheats the wind for a performance not even reached in many sports cars. The 1982 Toyota Celica, the right stuff for the right time, right now. Celica.
The playoffs are underway, and only the best remain. Now, through the Super Bowl, stay with the winners. The NFL on CBS Sports.
At Veterans Stadium, Pat Summerall with John Madden, 27-7. The Giants over the Eagles, 8:15 left, third quarter. The Eagle fans feeling perhaps a little bit more comfortable about things right now. A new formation for Philadelphia. Booker Russell in the game, and here is Montgomery, and he is really popped by Harry Carson as he started through what looked like a substantial opening in the beginning of the play, but Montgomery is smacked down by Carson.
That new formation really didn't fool Harry Carson, did it? That was one where they had three backs in the backfield. They had the regular I formation. See, and just to the right there, they had Booker Russell. They lead him in under nose tackle like a pulling guard, and then brought Montgomery through, and he was met right there by Harry Carson. Harry Carson said, I've never seen that one before, but I know who Wilbert Montgomery is.
And they have seen each other before. They bring the chains into measure. They're shy of a first down, and it'll be fourth and about a yard, looks like. John Spagnola makes his entry into the game. Out comes Oliver. Booker Russell will stay. The Eagles have had the ball 13 plays. They've kept it 6 minutes, 53 seconds. In this possession, 8:07 left, third quarter. Giants 27, the Eagles 7. From behind the Giants defense.
This could be a very big one. If they don't get it, it could put everything on them.
It will be Montgomery. And he will have it. And more. Down to the 5. It'll be first and goal, Philadelphia. Brian Kelly brought him down, but Wilbert Montgomery gets the Eagles closer.
What I was trying to say there is really, had they not made that first down, it could have all been over for them. If they did the smart thing, they give it to their best football player.
And that is Wilbert Montgomery. And there can't be too much doubt about that. It'll be first and goal from the 6, 7:20. Now 7:15 left, third quarter. The Giants leading by 20. Ripley starts in motion left. They give again to Montgomery, who breaks to the outside, breaks one tackle, touchdown Eagles. Bill Neal had a crack at him, but he broke out of his grasp, and Montgomery scored.
Now watch the strength of Wilbert Montgomery's legs here. Hubert Oliver leads. He has to stop there. He makes a cut to the outside. Neal misses right there, but that's because Montgomery doesn't go down easy. He's too strong. Very strong leg.
Again.
Look at that cut. That's an amazing cut, and then that's amazing running right through the tackle of a nose tackle.
That cut made Byron Hunt miss him cleanly, completely. Bill Courier is down in the end zone for the Giants, and they're checking on him at the moment. The Eagles get on that scoreboard in 15 plays. They kept the ball. They went 82 yards. It's 27-13.
Like many married couples, Tom and Mary Ross both worked to pay their mortgage.
Allstate update. Mortgage protection.
Only Tom's life was insured. So when Mary died, Tom couldn't pay the mortgage alone and had to sell their home. If you're a working couple, it could happen to you, too. So Allstate Life offers joint mortgage protection.
One policy that covers both breadwinners for less than 2 policies cost. Allstate's Joint Mortgage Protection Life Insurance. For life, home, or auto, you're in good hands with Allstate.
Now there's a place where they have their own authorized mechanics, quality parts and service, and prices you can afford. Now there's K-Care, found only at Kmart.
Will your battery make it through the winter? Come in for a complimentary charging system check. If your battery needs replacing, we can install our 560 maintenance-free battery. It's powerful and sale priced at just $54.88. Our best maintenance-free battery. It never needs water. That's K-Care, only at Kmart.
Score now, 27-13. Tony Franklin has entered to try the extra point with John Shira holding. Bill Courier apparently just had a cramp, and he has trotted off the field under his own power. 7:02 left, third quarter. And the Eagles make it 27-14. Tony Franklin, the extra point. 27-14, and don't forget, speaking of extra points, that the Giants missed the extra point after their first touchdown. On New Year's Day, the Crimson Tide of Alabama, under Bear Bryant, ranked number 3 in the country against the number 5 ranked Texas Longhorns. Two great schools with great football and great academic tradition as well. And of course, you'll see it on CBS. New Year's Day, Lindsey Nelson will be there again. The scoring drive for the Eagles, 15 plays. They went 82 yards with it. The touchdown run, that great effort by Wilbert Montgomery. 7 minutes, 58 seconds they kept the football. 27-14 the score. And Tony Franklin, who kicked the extra point with no shoe on his right foot, now puts one on for better traction.
That's right, and that shoe that he had on earlier had cleats on it. He had one artificial turf shoe and one cleat shoe.
Now it's Leon Bright who's back deep. There's Franklin. Line drive kick, which he doesn't catch very well. Beasley Reese again feels the kickoff and gets out to about the 31 before the Eagles are down quickly, led by Ray Ellis.
And now the Giant offense comes on the field for the first time in about a half hour or 45 minutes.
First time in the second half. 6:53 left in the third quarter. And they make their initial appearance. They'll be quarterbacked again by Scott Brunner, who had a great first half. 3 touchdown passes for Brunner. 1 interception, which led to the first Eagle touchdown. 2 tight ends for the Giants. There goes Pittman in motion, and here's Brunner getting to Carpenter. Over the right side, and they charge out in good shape and get 6 yards. Or thereabout, with the whole right side of the Giant offensive line moving the Eagles backwards. Carpenter, 18 carries, 83 yards.
Did you see that pile move, though? It started off with J.T. Turner, the right guard, and Gordon King, the right tackle, and then Carpenter got in there behind and just moved that whole pile for 5 yards.
They give him 6, so make it 2nd and 4 at the 37. Giants 27, Eagles 14. Pittman again in motion. Brunner gives Carpenter. And Rob Carpenter rambles near first down yardage. Charlie Johnson hit him, but Carpenter, who had a good day last time in Veterans Stadium against the Eagles, is having another good one.
I remember when the Giants traded for Rob Carpenter, they said that they wanted this guy. They said the other reason, they didn't want the Eagles to get him, who needed a fullback at the time.
The Eagles have had a tough time at that fullback spot. They're down to their 4th fullback of the year.
Couldn't they have used the Rob Carpenter?
Couldn't they, though? Couldn't anybody. 3 tight ends now. Carpenter did not quite get the first down. They need about a foot. That's about what he got. Carl Hairston on the bottom of that pile.
This is going to be another one of those spots. You talk about games of inches. Here it is.
signaling to start that clock again as you look at Ray Perkins. Pat Hodgson sending in the offensive plays to Scott Brunner. Giants out quickly, send Perkins and Pittman both to the left. Ernest Gray, I beg your pardon. Leon Perry in the backfield with Carpenter. The give is again to Carpenter. Rob Carpenter outside the 45 to the 46. Jerry Robinson made the tackle. Hairston had a shot at him in the backfield and missed him.
There's Jerry Robinson. He's a right side linebacker. He looked like he started to work to the outside, but then takes on the block, boom, moves to the outside and gets Rob Carpenter.
Carpenter got 5, though. And the Giants have the football at their own 46. And the clock continues to run. Carpenter now 21 carries, 92 yards. He continues to impress on 2nd and 5. They send Pittman in motion to the right. This is Perry. Leon stopped by Charlie Johnson after a pickup of about 3.
Look at all those guys. Now there's a group, huh?
The game started. The temperature was about 35 degrees in a wet, misty rain. Now it's dropped considerably. And so have the temperatures of those people we just saw.
There's a lot of guys in these stadiums that their elevators don't go to the top.
That's true.
That's just not one stadium. That's all over, isn't it?
All the lights are not on. 3rd down. That's Carpenter again, and he barrels near a 1st down. It again depends on where they mark it. Leon Perry, the blocker out in front. Carpenter, airborne. Close to 1st down yardage. Hit down by Jerry Robinson again.
Look at Ray Perkins there. He's trying to figure it out. He's standing right there on that marker and taking a peek.
They will measure. It looks short. The Eagles have a player injured. I think it's Charlie Johnson, the nose tackle.
That is Charlie Johnson, and it is short, and they are going to punt.
Now, Dave Jennings started on the field, and now he went back to the bench, and now he comes back on, keeping his, or trying to keep his hands warm. That's the injured Eagle. That fine nose tackle. And let's see what happens here. They're measuring, and we'll see how short they might be. Jennings is on the field, and I think there's not much doubt about what you have to do in a situation like this. They failed on 4th down earlier. They were in Eagle territory then. Johnson looks okay. John Shira goes back deep for Philadelphia. And now you have to punt, I think.
I'm sure, you know, with a 27-14 lead and being at midfield, the Giants would like to back the Eagles up and make them drive the length of the field if they're going to score.
Dave Jennings, number 13, his average today, 41.5. Long one was 50. He might be inclined to do some unusual things in this situation.
I think in a playoff situation, Dave Jennings first, the thing he's going to do is punt the ball like he's been told by Ray Perkins.
If he wants to continue to wear the same colors.
He likes New York or New Jersey.
And Jennings roots it to the right. Shira lets it bounce. Giants down there in good shape, and Beasley Reese will down it at the 2. Beasley got down there quickly. 48-yard punt by Jennings, down by Reese at the 2-yard line, and the Eagles will have a long way to go again.
Nowadays, there are all sorts of ways of saving and investing money that help fight inflation. The problem is finding the plan that's most profitable for you, because now you're forced to swim through a maze of confusing options. And you also have to think about the new individual retirement accounts. But there is a way to escape all this confusion. It's by calling or visiting your full-service bank. For professional guidance with your financial future, we've got the answers.
Look out, bud.
Of all the great ways to arrive.
Here comes Ford.
New Granada VIP. Buy power steering and the luxury of a split bench seat, electric lock, and tilt wheel are yours at a savings of more than $350.
It's something more than ordinary driving. Something to arrive in.
Granada VIP, a whole new way to really arrive.
Here comes new, here comes now, here comes Ford.
If you loved Animal House and American Graffiti, get ready for Senior Trip as the class of '82, starring Scott Baio, takes a big bite out of the Big Apple Wednesday.
Pat Summerall with John Madden. Third quarter, Veterans Stadium, Philadelphia. The Eagles in their own end zone huddling and now break out of it. The Giants lead 27-14, 2:58 left third quarter. Ron Jaworski, the quarterback. Oliver and Montgomery, the runners, Prepsley in motion. Hand off Montgomery to the 6. Bill Neal on the bottom of that pile.
This guy here, you know, they talk about Lawrence Taylor, the linebackers have been great, but watch Bill Neal there, the nose tackle. He has to handle that center. If he doesn't get moved backwards like he does there, the Eagles aren't going to run the ball. No one will run the ball, and he's really done an outstanding job for this Giant defense.
He really has. One of many from last year's great University of Pittsburgh team. Second 7. Hand off Oliver, not much. Lawrence Taylor on the bottom of the pile.
You see that stance that Bill Neal had? You know, he's 6'4". He has to get down low like that.
He seems to have that ability like Taylor does to keep people from getting to his body. Philadelphia first half, 74 yards. Second half, the touchdown drive that took them 82 yards. Right now, it's 3rd and 4 at their own 9. Booker Russell and Hubert Oliver and Wilbert Montgomery in the backfield. Pitch back Montgomery. He's the guy you want to have it. And Montgomery barrels out for the first down. They may have to measure, but it looks like he got it. Harry Carson made the hit.
I think we don't have one there, but it seems like we've had more third down measurements than I can ever remember.
Booker Russell comes out. Spagnola goes in. And they'll operate with 2 tight ends. That's time remaining third quarter. The score again, the Giants 27, the Eagles 14. Giants broke on top in a hurry. But they missed the point after their first touchdown. That's why we're 27. Here's Jaworski looking, throwing, has Prepsley. That'll be another Eagle first down. Prepsley outside the 30. Mark Haynes made the tackle. Jaworski did a good job.
He did a good job, and he had to do a good job there because they had to get that ball out. Now watch, they start here. He fakes to Wilbert Montgomery, has a little half roll. He feels the pressure of Jeter coming from behind, finds Prepsley out there, gets him the ball for the big first down. Now watch Lawrence Taylor come in here. He gets in a little action at the end of it. Oh, guess we don't.
Haynes and Carson took Prepsley down. Keith Prepsley spent some time in the World Football League. Had a busy day today. Jaworski up quickly under center. Prepsley in motion again. First down, Philadelphia. Hand off. Hubert Oliver straight ahead, and he gets good yardage. About 5. George Martin on the bottom of the pile, and that'll take care of the third quarter. And the score at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia, where it's wet and damp and almost miserable, but a good football game. The Giants 27, Philadelphia 14.
What are we doing here? IBM. They know about computers. Well, what do they know about our business, sportswear? They probably don't even wear sports clothes. Whose idea was this anyway?
Yours.
That settles it. We're not going in.
We're in.
Hello there. Mr.
Adams and Mr. Foster.
Sportswear?
Of course, we were expecting you.
IBM's Business Computer Centers, especially created for people with small businesses. A beginning class can help you decide how much computer power you need at prices your business can afford.
That's it. Now you're ready to track daily sales.
We teach the basics, and even the computer helps you learn how to work the computer.
You've got a good thing going. Let us know if we can help in any way.
Oh, you can be sure we will.
Goodbye.
It was very enjoyable.
You're like regular people.
IBM, helping put information to work for people.
CBS Sports coverage of the National Football League is sponsored by Honda. Adding a new Accord to this year's starting lineup. Honda, we make it simple. Budweiser, for all you do, this Bud's for you. And by Atari Home Video Games.
One more quarter to go at least. And the Giants leading Philadelphia 27-14. The Eagles have the ball. Line of scrimmage their own 36. And off Montgomery. He shuffles around, looks for some yards straight ahead. Harry Carson is there to greet him and meet him. The Eagles have had a tough time in the fourth quarter, scoring any points, really. And the folks who played against them have had some rewarding times. 36-zip in the fourth quarter over the last 5 games.
I'm sure they want to forget that one.
And the sellout crowd of 70,000 plus would also like to help them forget it. Here's Montgomery. It was 3rd and 3, and he didn't get the first. Bill Neal again came out to make the hit. Montgomery, who had some rather analytical remarks about the Giants' defense over the course of the last week. Looked like he might have been shaken a little bit after that hit by Neal. On 4th down, they send in Max Runniger.
Wilbert Montgomery really takes a lot of hits because he's not a real good avoid runner. He doesn't. I mean, he breaks tackles, runs through things, and as a result, he gets hit much more than some of them.
Leon Bright standing back at his own 15-yard line for the Giants. Runniger back for the Eagles, and look out, they snap it sometime. To the up man, Runniger stands, holds, and now gets off a fine punt. Bright. Fumble! Bright bobbled. And the Giants in jubilation say they got it back, and indeed they did. A 50-yard punt by Runniger.
They did get it back, Pat, but there will also be a penalty against the Eagles. What happens, see, when Max Runniger holds the ball so long, his interior line leaves before the ball was kicked. And that's a problem with that type of thing. Holding it lets them get down, but the interior line can't leave until the ball's kicked, and they left early.
Haynes was back there with Leon Bright, and he made the recovery after Bright left it on the ground. Bob Frederick. He could appear at Carnegie Hall sometime with his voice.
Great voice. Listen to Bob tell us now.
Number 57 of the offensive kicking team, ineligibly downfield. 4th down.
Now watch the guys who were ineligibly downfield. You see now the only 2 guys that can leave are the 2 outside ends. You see they leave now. Okay, that's okay. Now this group, all the green jerseys can't leave until the ball's kicked. And we see them right at the ends of the screen start to leave.
So Runniger will have to do it all again, and Bright is back there with some help this time from a couple of friends. Runniger, not as good a kick. That is Beasley Reese who handles it this time at his own 26. And finally shoves his head down at the 31. 43-yard punt that time by Max Runniger, an 8-yard return by Beasley Reese. Calvin Murray was down for the coverage. Score remains.
These are nice diesel cars. Get good mileage, carry people comfortably. Now, this Toyota diesel truck is nice, too. It gets fantastic truck mileage. And this tough Toyota diesel truck can carry 2 people comfortably and 1,000 pounds of feed, or 1,000 pounds of wire, or 110 gallons of milk, or camping and fishing gear for 2 weeks. Delivers like a diesel, works like a truck.
Burt Reynolds is Sharky. He's a smart cop, but somebody's in his way.
You're an outcast about to lose that badge of yours.
What he hears, he can't use.
Tell him there's no way that he can win. Do you understand?
What he knows, he can't prove.
Sure. The tapes are gone.
And what he sees, he can't have. But nobody leans on Sharky's Machine. Sharky's Machine, rated R. Now playing. Check newspaper for local listing.
New Year's Day, the legendary Bear Bryant and his Alabama Crimson Tide meet the Texas Longhorns in the Cotton Bowl. A Happy New Year on CBS Sports.
At Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia, Pat Summerall with John Madden. The Giants 27, the Eagles 14, 13-12 left to play. Two tight ends for the Giants. Shirk on the right, Mullity on the left. Here's Carpenter. And Carpenter makes a good move as he nears 100 yards on the day.
He did make a nice move. The right side of the Eagles defense got penetration. Carpenter was trying to go outside. He couldn't, so he cut back to the inside.
4 yards they get him. There's Beasley Reese, who was shaken up after that last punt return a bit. But he seems to be, well, he's limping pretty good, doesn't he?
Seems to be hurting.
Yeah, he does. He's heading for the hot bench. Mullity this time swings in motion. The pitch back to Carpenter. And Robb cuts back for a couple. It'll be a big third down play coming up as Frank LeMaster was the first man there for the Eagles. 24 carries, 98 yards for Rob Carpenter.
You know, Frank LeMaster's had a big year, too. He's been selected for the Pro Bowl this year, and they said that this was one of the best years. It's his 8th year, and he's having his best year.
The Eagles standing on defense now. The Giants hoping for a first down. 3rd and 4 at the 38. They send in their pass receiving units, and Bruner goes back into the shotgun formation. That is adequate. Carpenter has it, and Carpenter will have the first down. Bruner rifled it out in good shape. Jerry Robinson popped Carpenter out of bounds, but first down, Jim Clack.
I don't think he had the first down, Pat. I think that the marker, when he had to pull it down, he brought it back, and he looked like he had a first down.
You're right. You're right. When they had to dodge Carpenter coming out of bounds, Robinson got him before he got to the marker, and Jim Clack just limped off the field. John Shira standing back deep for Philadelphia now, and Dave Jennings in punt formation for the Giants. Out to about the 18-yard line. We'll be back with more of the New York Giants against the Philadelphia Eagles, where the score is 27-14 after this word from your local station.
It's raining on.
Until you've seen her on 60 Minutes, you really haven't seen Lena Horne, but you will tonight on CBS.
This is CBS.
When you're coaxing up oil from 2 miles down, you don't waste a single drop. Neither does my Datsun diesel.
The 1982 Datsun King Cab Diesel. More mileage than any gas-powered truck. And more cab room than any compact diesel.
Datsun, you sure make it tough on your competition. I like that.
Datsun Diesel.
From one top customer to another, we are driven.
United gives you a lot more to California than just a great price.
I like United. I like their on-time record.
You can call up and get your seat assignment ahead of time, which I think is terrific for people that travel a lot.
I made a call and then got advanced seating without having to go to the airport, which is a benefit.
The wide body was spacious and comfortable. That was good.
I'm 6'5", so I have a lot more room on a wide body. The only problem with the food is I tend to eat too much.
The price was excellent. The price was terrific.
Fly the friendly skies.
It's a good airline.
The Mummers Parade, New Year's Day at 9 on Channel 10.
Situation is this. The Giants lead 27-14, 11-27 left in the football game. The Eagles have the ball at their own 19, 1st and 10 Montgomery. Hubert Oliver, sorry. Alone setback. Oliver was stopped by Byron Hunt. There is Jim Clack over on the sideline. with the long underwear and
bandages and braces and everything he has on those knees. You know, Jim Clack has always had problems with knees, and that was one of the reasons that he retired this year. And then, of course, he came back after Ernie Hughes was injured.
That's the trainer, John DeSiegel, putting a little hot sauce on his knee.
That looks like a linebacker.
Here's Jaworski, and he is batted down by Gary Jeter and hit down hard. Lawrence Taylor went flying by, and Jeter took him down.
That's one that Jeter will get the credit for, but watch what happens here. You see Jaworski steps back. Now watch Taylor come right there, and he had a step, bring the ball down, and there was Gary Jeter.
Hubert Oliver shaken up on that play.
Right there, we'll see him. He misses Lawrence Taylor there. They're double teaming Lawrence Taylor. Taylor knocked Ron Baker right into Jaworski. Jaworski brought the ball down, and there was Gary Jeter.
So for the Eagles, 3rd down, 12, back at their own 17. The 3rd sack of the day by the Giants. Calvin Murray has gone into the lineup for Philadelphia. In the meantime, Carmichael and Charlie Smith come out to the left, and Jaworski will operate from the shotgun. Rain is stopped, by the way. So the ball has become more manageable. Here comes the rush on Jaworski, and the throw down the middle almost picked off by Brian Kelly. And Jaworski really had no chance. The coverage was excellent. Ron Smith, the intended receiver, but Jaworski with nothing doing.
I tell you, those giant linebackers, we see Kelly back there and Taylor back there and Carson back there, Hunt back there, big interception last week. They've really added to that pass defense.
Max Runiger counting and seeing if he has the correct number of people on the field, and Leon Bright, number 45, back deep for the Giants, standing at his own 40. Some of the people starting to depart. Runiger very nearly has it blocked. This is Bright at the 42, and Bright gets around to the outside, slips one tackle. At midfield, the Giants will operate. Ray Ellis made the tackle after a 41-yard punt by Runiger, an 8-yard return by Leon Bright.
Introducing another engineering wonder, the new 1982 Honda Accord. It handles better, and to use less energy, we've increased the gas mileage. We've improved the aerodynamics and made it quieter inside. We've also made it roomier. Any wonder the new Accord is so well engineered? After all, it's a Honda.
Honda, we make it simple.
This Bud's for that first day on the job.
This Bud's for you, for all you do. The king of beers is coming through.
Yeah, just for you. That distinctively clean, crisp taste that says Budweiser.
For all you do.
This Bud's for you.
The best of the NFL is on CBS Sports. Follow the action from the playoffs through the Super Bowl, only on CBS Sports.
The wild card game right now looks like it's shaken in the Giants' direction. That's Ernest Gray in motion, and Rob Carpenter bangs down inside Eagle territory to the 35, and he goes well over 100 yards now. Carpenter, 25 carries, 113 yards, and some of the crowd in Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia is getting restless enough to head for the parking lot.
You know, a lot of the credit for Rob Carpenter's running, of course, goes to him, but that offensive line of these Giants have really improved the last month of this season. You know, Jeff Weston, Bill Ard, a rookie, Jim Platt coming back, J.T. Turner, Gordon King has been playing as well as he's ever played.
They haven't had a back like him since Ron Johnson. First down, Giants, Carpenter again. And Carpenter rips down to about the 22-yard line. Another Giant first down, Al Chesley. finally made the tackle, but the Giants are talking about travel plans to San Francisco right now.
They sure are. Now, watch this line block. The guards fire out. The center gets a standoff. Carpenter makes a nice move. It looks like the Giants have worn down the Eagle defense now.
The league's leading defense, and there are the Eagle coaches sitting right next to us. And you can tell from the mood of that scene what the score must be. 27-14, Giants leading. First down with the Eagle 22, Carpenter again. And Carpenter this time shrugs his shoulders for about a yard. Charlie Johnson made the stop, but the clock is probably just as important right now as any Giant player.
I'm sure that that's what the Giants are thinking. That's what Ray Perkins thinking. The Giant fans are thinking. The most important thing for them now is that clock to keep ticking. Ray Perkins may even smile, Pat.
Somebody gave him that for Christmas. Tom Landry's smile. Second down, 8. Hand off Carpenter. Carpenter gets down to about the 17-yard line. Scott Bruner, the quarterback, looking over to the sideline for information and advice and help. The other sideline, there is no help.
You know, there's a lot of people watching this game with a lot of interest, but probably the San Francisco 49ers have more interest than anyone else. And Bill Walsh last week said that he would rather play the Eagles than the Giants. He said he'd rather play a team that he hadn't played yet.
And, of course, the Giants and 49ers played in regular season. The 49ers won. Timeout, Giants. 6:55 left to play in this contest, the NFC wild card game. And the Giants leading the Eagles by the score of 27-14.
Atari would like to thank you for taking us into your homes. We wish you all a happy holiday.
Seems it's always been like this. The last car in the lot has been yours. And now all that hard work and all those long hours have paid off in recognition, in financial success, and in the way you reward yourself. Isn't it time you owned a Cadillac? After all, who deserves one more than you?
Rushing Rob Carpenter today, 28 carries, 131 yards. He has outgained the entire Philadelphia team. Third down, 5 from the 17.
There's a square-built guy.
Yep. Whitman swings in motion to the right, and here is Carpenter again. Down inside the 15 to about the 16. Carl Hairston on the bottom. Greg Brown there with him. Rob Carpenter has put together this act today, and the Giants have, against the Philadelphia defense that leads the entire NFL. Hairston is still down. Well, it could be.
The Giants will. They're your Giants. I remember 2 months ago when Brett Musburger was saying, Pat, you're Giants.
Yeah, I remember. It's been a long, long time. Hairston is still down, and they'll administer what needs to be done to him. Danilo is on the scene at the moment.
A new, powerful Delco Freedom 60 battery. It's not only truly maintenance-free, but even frozen in an inch of ice. It cranks up the storm. Hot firing, cold cranking, dirt
the sound of a car door shutting tells you something about the car. From these sounds, you might picture a large, solidly built limousine, perhaps a European model or an expensive American make. If you did, you're in for a pleasant surprise. Introducing the new Honda Accord four-door sedan. It's not often you're impressed by the noise a car makes.
Honda, we make it simple.
Carl Hairston heads off. He appears to be not in serious ways. Number 78 heading for the sideline. It's 27-14, 6.5 minutes left to play. Number 78 is over to rest. Joe Danello with Scott Brunner holding from 32 yards away. It is 27-14, and this could just about ice it. Not good. No good from Danello.
Joe Danello has something to say to Scott Brunner there. Let's just watch it. Boy, it starts out good, doesn't it? It goes right outside.
And a couple of tough weeks for Joe, too. Although he kicked the clutch field goal in overtime last week to get the Giants into the playoffs. He had a tough time earlier in that contest. Here's Jaworski outside, runs Smith. And Terry Jackson is right there quickly along with Lawrence Taylor. He got a few yards, but not many. And now you got to think about, let's get something on the board quickly if you're Philadelphia.
That's right. They have to think in terms of 2 scores, so they have to get the 1 and then be able to get the ball back again.
Next Saturday, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be at Dallas, and the winner of this one will be at San Francisco late on Sunday. Here's Jaworski. Good protection this time. Jaworski has run Smith down the middle. First down Philadelphia. He lays it on the ground and gets back to the huddle quickly. Out at the 42-yard line, Larry Flowers made the stop.
You know, it's an interesting matchup there, Pat. Ron Smith is going against Terry Jackson, and they were college teammates at San Diego State. I think that, I don't know, is that interesting or not?
Yeah, they know each other.
They know each other's moves.
This time Montgomery comes out to the left with Carmichael. Jaworski has one lone setback, and he'll throw quickly, and does. Pass complete again to Smith. Smith in Giant territory at the 48, and again they hustle back into the huddle quickly.
Ron Smith is the only guy that's really hustling back to the huddle quickly. It looks like he's expecting a fast type offense, and everyone else isn't. Here comes Lawrence Taylor on another blitz. He hits Jaworski right after he throws it. He says, I didn't do it. Jaworski says, hey, he hit me.
Eagles second down 3 at their own 40, at the Giant 49. Sorry. Clock still running. Here's Jaworski back to throw, and he'll have a first down. This time it's Booker Russell. Well, maybe not quite a first down. Yes, it is. Yes, it will be. Harry Carson made the hit on Russell.
Oh, Giant fan, don't start celebrating yet. Eagles are still working on this one.
The Eagles have 2 timeouts left, and so do the Giants, but the clock still runs. Jaworski's had a good day. Giants have a blitz going. Jaworski throws. Pass incomplete. Jackson very nearly the interception intended for Wilbert Montgomery.
There's another guy has been having a fine season, and that's Terry Jackson.
He really has.
Let's watch Wilbert Montgomery out there. See, he's out there in his three-point stance. He's going to come here running in. Starts to the inside. Jackson had great position. Had that ball been thrown a little higher, he may have had an interception.
Terry, in the last half of the year particularly, deserved to be named to the All-Pro team. He's really played well. Russell, the lone setback. There comes Taylor blitzing. Jaworski gets it away. Intended for Ron Smith, who is waffled by Larry Flowers, and a penalty marker goes down. They're going to call that for hitting in the head.
Larry Flowers isn't sure what he did wrong. He was going for the ball, and as you say, if they did hit him in the head, that of course is illegal. Let's see what they have.
Personal foul, number 37 on the defense. After the pass was incomplete, there was a blow to the head by number 37 to the opponent.
You were right, the blow to the head. You know, in the last 2 or 3 years, they've really clamped down on this type of thing, and I think it's a great rule. See, now the ball is over his head. He can't catch it. Ron Smith. Now watch, Flowers comes in and just gave him an elbow right in the face.
That will be a first down for Philadelphia at the Giant 30. Other things went on that play, too.
Watch here, Lawrence Taylor again. He just bumped Jaworski from behind, and the people are saying, stay off our quarterback. Jaworski's getting physical.
He wants him to stay off. Here's Jaworski, a low snap. He picks it up cleanly, throws. And again, the hit. No, not intercepted in any way. Penalty marker is down. Mark Haynes made the hit, and the penalty marker is down. The Eagles will have another first down.
Well, I'll tell you, this thing is getting exciting now. It seems like we're getting penalties, we're getting fights on plays, completions, interceptions. We have everything going now.
And here's Bob Frederick.
His deep voice.
Defensive pass interference. That spot. First down.
Watch this. Mark Haynes really just gets there too soon. A low snap. Jaworski gets up. We'll see the ball here. Now watch. Haynes gets there and makes contact before the ball. Way before the ball got there.
Pass intended for Charlie Smith. First down, Eagles, 3:16 left to play. First and 10 at the Giant 21. Giants 27, Eagles 14. But the Eagles at the door. Crowd so loud that Smith can hardly hear. He looks back into the secondary. Here comes the blitz. A big one. And Jaworski just fires in the direction of Ron Smith to get away from that blitz and stop the clock and let it go. Mike Dennis was back there with him.
Of course, that was good coverage by Mike Dennis. They had an all-out blitz on that one, and Mike Dennis was man-to-man, and he had good coverage on it.
Here comes Taylor.
I'm telling you, he's fighting and scrapping. Jaworski said, I've seen enough of number 56 today.
A lot of people have, unless you're a Giant fan. Like Jerry Jeter said, I've watched Superman 1, I saw Superman 2, and now I'm playing next to Superman. Lawrence Taylor. Jaworski in the shotgun. Again, a low snap. This one he handled. Throws incomplete. Intended for Smith, and Smith comes up lame, it looks like, and comes out of the game. Larry Flowers again on the coverage. Smith trots over to the sideline. Wally Henry goes into the contest in place of Smith. I didn't see him get hit.
No, he was limping on the play before. I think whatever happened to Charlie Smith happened not this last play, but the play before.
There he is. Jaworski, 13 out of 23. 1 touchdown. Has missed his last 4 shots. But there have been penalty calls on 2 of those. Giants again faking blitz, and Jaworski out of the shotgun on 3rd down. Looks, throws, got a man open. It's Carmichael. Almost incomplete. Carmichael almost came up with a spectacular catch. Larry Flowers on the coverage, and Carmichael couldn't come up with it.
Carmichael was being held up on the line of scrimmage. He did a good job of getting away. We see he had good pass protection. Now watch the ball here at the end. He really has the coverage beaten. He just stretches out and can't hold on to it. So now they have to do it again on 4th down.
If he had held that one, this could have gone on for a long time. It is 27-14. 3:01 left to play in the contest, and for the Eagles, this could be the biggest play of the year of '81. Jaworski in the shotgun. Giants not showing blitz at the moment, but now here they come. Jaworski throws high, incomplete, penalty marker down again. Mike Dennis was back there, but a penalty flag is down. Ron Smith, the intended receiver, penalty marker down.
Jaworski just threw that one up in the air. It was a blitz. He had to get rid of it. He really didn't come.
Next hit pass interference. Number 46. The act took place in the end zone. It'll be a first down and goal on the 1-yard line.
First and goal, Eagles at the 1.
What a big play for the Eagles and a real tough break for the Giants. See, Jaworski, it was a blitz. He just got it up there against man-to-man coverage. Now they said that Mike Dennis, it happens in the end zone. Where did it happen?
They said he got him with his right arm. Here is Montgomery, touchdown Philadelphia. It's not over yet. 2:51 left on the scoreboard clock. Montgomery fires the ball into the stands.
Those fans are fighting for the ball. That guy's driving in there.
Franklin onto the field. Excuse me, John.
Ray Perkins is saying, geez, we had this thing, and these are slipping away.
3 penalties. Got him down in range to score that touchdown, and here's the ever-important extra point by Tony Franklin, shy of the holding. It's good. Might have bounced off the upright and bounced in good, but nevertheless it is good, and it's 27 for the Giants and 21 for Philadelphia. And do not leave, please.
Michelob brings you the 7-day weekend. Good eating style. Special of the week for gourmet's delight. Here's how to add a little weekend flavor to any dish. Served with generous portions of Michelob. Because that smooth and mellow taste helps make any time feel a little like a weekend.
Put a little weekend in your week.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, if 9 out of 10 of these homes burn down, there's no guarantee they'll be totally rebuilt. Because rebuilding costs are rising so fast, even inflation protection may not cover a home fully. But now, Allstate's got the brand new home replacement guarantee. Get it and get your home built back just like it was, even if rebuilding costs more than you're covered for. Ask your Allstate agent about the new home replacement guarantee. For ideas that make good sense today, you're in good hands with Allstate.
The NFC playoffs continue as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers meet the Dallas Cowboys.
When it comes to Cowboys, Dallas has the best.
Here's that extra point by Tony Franklin. Watch. That may be only worth a half a point.
Well, the Giants are expecting an onside kick here, Pat. They have 10 men up in front with 1 return man.
Franklin goes barefooted, kicks it away from Leon Bright, and kicks it out of bounds, and they'll have to do it again. Even if they move it back to the 30, which they will, because Franklin got it out of bounds, it's still, if it's an onside kick, only has to go 10 yards. I doubt now that they try it, though.
Now, I'm sure with 2 minutes and 46 seconds, the Eagles only have 2 timeouts, though. Remember, they used 1 in the 3rd quarter, but they'll kick the ball away, play defense, and then try and get it back again. You know, on that last drive of the Eagles, 44 of those yards came in penalties.
There were 3 penalties. Tonight on CBS starts off with 60 Minutes, followed by Archie Bunker's Place, One Day at a Time. Alice, the Jeffersons, and Trapper John, M.D. Right now, it may seem like 60 minutes, but there's 2:46 left in this game. This time Franklin lines it. And out to about the 30-yard line. The Giants will start to operate from there. 2 timeouts remaining for both teams. 27-21, the Giants over Philadelphia. Scott Brunner has thrown 3 touchdown passes. The Giants early in the game took advantage of Philadelphia turnovers and led 20-0. First quarter, player injured. And I'm still not sure. It's a Philadelphia Eagle player, but I'm not sure who it is. 2:37 remaining at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia. The NFC wild card game, the Giants, the Eagles, the 3rd meeting of the year. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League, is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Philadelphia Eagles and the National Football League is prohibited.
This game must be close to getting over, Pat, because the horses are coming on the field.
There have been some horses out there all day long. One of them named Carpenter.
And there he is right there, and he's thinking they only have a couple more minutes to work. Let's finish this thing off.
Don't forget next week at Texas Stadium, the surprising and perhaps underestimated Tampa Bay Buccaneers against the Dallas Cowboys. That's Saturday at 12:30 Eastern Time. Of course on CBS. And then Sunday, Coach Madden and I will be in San Francisco for either the Eagles or the Giants against another very surprising outfit, the San Francisco 49ers.
The 49ers are probably out there watching and thinking, who do we have to go to work on now? Do we start preparing for the Giants or the Eagles?
The 49ers and those who won championships, of course, had today off. In the NFC, that would be Dallas and Tampa and the 49ers. And these two, the Eagles and the Giants, both from the NFC's Eastern Division, which has turned out to be one heck of a division, playing for the right to go to Candlestick Park. There is Dick Vermeil talking with his quarterback, Ron Jaworski. JoJo Heath, I've been informed, is the injured Eagle, who has excelled throughout the year on the special teams. And look at the Eagle group over on the sideline. 2:37 left, don't forget, and 2 timeouts left.
You know, whatever that injury was to JoJo Heath, it happened immediately, because the minute that he gets hit, that official waved for the Eagle trainer. Now watch him. He gets hit. It looked like he just got hit in the head there, but the official waved to the sideline right now.
Maybe we can see it now, John.
It's on the right of our screen, right there. You see he comes in and makes contact with his helmet first, and he got it right then and went back off, and they're taking him off on a stretcher now.
There's Lucius Jackson, who brought the kickback for the Giants, number 21. And there's JoJo Heath. Beasley Reese got all the equipment. Beasley's had an outstanding year. Sort of the solidifying element in that Giants secondary. Started off his career as a wide receiver with the Dallas Cowboys.
It was nice to see him wink and say that he's okay, because, you know, the Giants have been waiting so long for this. And of course, Beasley Reese is thinking that. Remember last week he said they're going to hit anything that wiggles.
There's JoJo Heath in the middle of that stretcher-bearing crew. Again, there are 22 minutes, 37 seconds left to play. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 30 for the Giants. The Eagles have 2 timeouts, and so do the Giants. We'll find out as quickly as we can what the problem will be with JoJo. 27-21 Giants over Philadelphia. Giants are out in front 20-0 at one time. The Eagles maintained a lot of poise, have come back. Nevertheless, it's 27-21. And that extra point looms even larger. Two tight ends for the Giants. Mulledy on the left side, Shirk on the right. That's Pittman in motion to give to Carpenter. And Robb lowers his head and pulls his way for about 4. Randy Logan came up to make the stop. And again, the officials stop it. 30 carries, 138 yards for Robb Carpenter. Timeout, Philadelphia. Ray Perkins looking on with Pat Hodgson behind him. Signals in the offensive plays. You see Beasley Reese back there on crutches with Perkins.
Alcoa presents Fantastic Finishes. 1967. Johnny Unitas and the Baltimore Colts trail Green Bay 10-0 with just 51 seconds left. First, Unitas arches a perfect pass to Jimmy Orr. Then a successful onside kick. And here come the Colts again. Unitas fires a strike to Willie Richardson. A 13-10 victory delivered by Johnny U.
Alcoa can't wait.
For half a century, aluminum has played an important role in the development of the automobile. That's especially true today. Aluminum's now being used in dozens of new ways to reduce weight and increase fuel economies. There's a real demand for the lean and lively cars of the 80s, because the more aluminum we put into them, the more MPGs you get out of them.
We can't wait for tomorrow. Alcoa can't wait.
Pat Summerall with John Madden at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia. It's the Giants 27, the Eagles 21, second and 5. Giants have the football. Bruner to Carpenter, and Carpenter lunges about a yard short of a first down before Randy Logan again comes up from his safety spot and is on the bottom of the pile. It'll be 3rd and short.
The Eagles won't call a timeout here because they only have 1 remaining. They'll let the ball run down to 2 minutes and then hope that they stop them on this 3rd down, then have the ball and 1 timeout left.
It is hard to say which might be the biggest play of any year, but here's one for that Eagle defense right now. 3rd and about a foot it looks like, and we'll get that 2-minute warning right now. So the clock will stop. The Eagles have 1 timeout remaining. Bruner goes over to talk to Ray Perkins. And that's the situation pretty much as it is right now. Don't forget the Cotton Bowl coming your way on New Year's Day on CBS. Bear Bryant's Alabama Crimson Tide, ranked number 3 in the country, hoping to go higher when it's all over, against the Texas Longhorns of Freddie Akers, ranked number 5 and also hoping to go higher. Speaking of going higher, Scott Bruner's 6'5" already.
And he's quite a bit higher than Ray Perkins, isn't he? Yeah, Ray Perkins has really done a great job with this team.
Indeed, he has.
Really, they talk about the people that have done coaching jobs, and here's the guy who's really made something happen. He and George Young, they came in and they're building something here.
Why do you think, with Perkins being a wide receiver, and before he came to the Giants being an offensive coordinator, has it been the defense that's excelled so much?
Because of Lawrence Taylor.
That's a pretty good reason. Pittman goes in motion left. You expect Carpenter to get the football, don't you? And he gets the first down, and the Giants keep it.
I'll tell you, now that was a big, big play, because really, for all intent and purposes, this can finish the game. And we see it here. If the Eagles had been able to stop him, they could get the ball back. But now Robb Carpenter see how his shoulders are always square, heads up, good balance. He gets the first down. Hold on to that ball, no fumbles. The Eagles only have 1 more timeout.
32 carries, 147 yards for Robb Carpenter.
I'll say another thing, that right side of the Giants' offensive line has done an outstanding job blocking.
That would be Gordon King and company on that side. Here is Carpenter again. And Rob Carpenter rips through that Eagles secondary and rips for another first down. Randy Logan had to make the tackle, but Carpenter putting on some exhibition. 33 carries now, 161 yards for Rob Carpenter.
Well, this is the time that the Eagles have called timeout, which means their last timeout. The Giants have a first down, and what they can do is they can start celebrating now, but not too soon. All they have to do is drop on the ball.
161 yards, the most yards rushing against Philadelphia this year. I'm not sure, but that Rob Carpenter is approaching a team record for the Giants. The senior producer of the NFL on CBS, Charles Milton III. Terry O'Neill produced this game so capably again. Directed by Tony Verna. The associate producer, Joan Vetrano. Thank you, Joan. Stan Birchnall and all the rest of you. We are very grateful.
We know you there, Tony.
The Giants have the first down. Bruner will sit on it. Clock is showing less than a minute to play now. It's 27-21. Giants leading. The Jets lost earlier today to Buffalo, but that's not going to happen here.
And the Giants sideline is going crazy, Pat. Look at those players over there. They're jumping up, down, congratulating each other. Well, they know they've waited. They've waited for this. They know what it is.
18 years since the playoffs. At least half of the Big Apple is going to be happy.
Ray Perkins still may smile. He asked me the other day in that interview we did, he said, did I smile? I said, no, but you may have one Sunday night.
Well, he might indeed. Make your travel plans to San Francisco, because that's where the Giants will play next week. It's been a long time coming. Brad Van Pelt, who didn't play, but who's been around 9 years and never in the playoffs. Now he is. And now they advance against the 49ers. Dick Vermeil departing, shaking hands with Giant players. And up in the tunnel, it's a happy place. And that ride back to New York on the bus tonight. Wow, it's going to be fun and short. And again, to correct what we said a minute ago, although we just said it correctly, the director today, Tony Verna. And thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tony.
Right now, I'd like to say so long for John Madden, and let's send you down to Brent Musburger, who's down on the sideline.
Thank you so much, Pat and John. Excellent job. And I'll tell you, one of the unsung heroes on this New York Giant team, punter Dave Jennings. And Dave, you've lived through the good and the bad, and how do you feel now?
Well, Brent, we've lived through mostly bad my 8 years here, but it was all worth it because we've won this wild card game against a very tough team. Philadelphia, we've battled them for years. We hadn't beaten them since 1975. Now we got 2 in a row, and it's just a great thrill for all of us.
How about the 49ers? They're next for the Giants.
Oh, boy, that's a week away. They beat us once, and we just want another chance to go out and play them. They're a great football team with a great coach, and it's a terrible place to play. They know it, we know it, but we're just looking forward. We're happy about today.
Congratulations, Dave Jennings.
Brent.
Great job by the Giants. And the NFL Today continues on CBS in just a moment.
Good. Now cut it in half. Where's that piece on inflation?
It's your broker from Dean Witter.
Today?
Some people just aren't easy to please,
More guns.
especially when it comes to their investments.
Jim, how'd we do?
You look like you just heard from Dean Witter.
At Dean Witter, we can give even the hard-to-please investor something to smile about.
Now, Brennan.
You look like you just heard from Dean Witter.
Burt Reynolds is Sharky. He's a smart cop, but somebody's in his way.
You're an outcast about to lose that badge of yours.
What he hears, he can't use.
Tell him there's no way that he can win. Do you understand?
What he knows, he can't prove.
Sure. The tapes are gone.
And what he sees, he can't have. But nobody leans on Sharky's Machine. Sharky's Machine, rated R. Now playing. Check newspaper for local listing.
Atari would like to thank you for taking us into your homes. We wish you all a happy holiday.
This week on CBS Sports, a holiday festival of college football. On New Year's Eve, it's the Peach Bowl, with the University of Florida squaring off against West Virginia. Then on New Year's Day, the legendary Bear Bryant leads his Alabama Crimson Tide against the Texas Longhorns in the Cotton Bowl. The holiday excitement continues here on CBS Sports.
Back in Philadelphia, and I believe this is one of the earliest times that both teams that went to the Super Bowl a year ago have been eliminated. The Oakland Raiders, of course, the winners down in New Orleans, did not even make it to the tournament this year. And now the Philadelphia Eagles, who beat Dallas to wrap up the NFC last year, they have been eliminated by the New York Giants. We are down now to 8 teams. And one of the reasons why the New York Giants are one of those 8 teams is right here, quarterback Scott Brunner. Scott, congratulations.
Oh, thank you. It was a great win. Boy.
Now, you came away with 3 touchdown passes in the game. In the early going, Scott, because we look at you as a youngster, were you nervous as you squared off against that defense? Tell me your reaction to the game.
Oh, I was definitely concerned, but, boy, I had some great protection back there, and I didn't get pressured much all day, and, you know, we hit those first couple passes, and that did a lot for my confidence.
Pat and John Madden both raved about Rob Carpenter. What has he meant to the Giants since his arrival from Houston?
Oh, he's been the whole difference in this ball club. You know, now we got a running attack that people have to respect, and he's the reason for it. Our offensive line has been playing a lot better. I think he's inspired the whole team.
Scott, I want to take a look at the first touchdown for you. It came after the recovery of a fumbled punt. Here it is.
There it is. We just had Leon Bright going out on a wide pattern, and he was one-on-one with the linebacker, and he beat him clean.
Seemed like Robinson got a bit lost on that play. It was a third down. Was that the first receiver in the pattern? Did you look anyplace else?
Yeah, that's where we were planning on going. We had 2 people coming inside, and Robinson got caught up in the traffic, and we hit Leon.
I was terribly impressed with your second drive. You marched right down the throat of one of the best defenses in the league, and then you came up with this touchdown.
Yeah, this was, Missler did a super job. We hit him on the first drive, but we had a penalty, so we just thought we'd call it again, and he did a great job. And Roy Nell Young, one of the best cornerbacks in the league, got underneath him, and I just put it in there for him.
All right, Scott, the San Francisco 49ers are next.
They sure are. They're a tough team. You know, we were out there once this year and came away empty, but we've been playing good ball the last few weeks, and we're looking forward to it.
Real nice job.
Thanks.
Congratulations, Scott. Okay. And the NFL today will continue on CBS as we tell you about what's ahead. Because next week on Saturday, we will be down in Dallas for the showdown between the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who wrapped up the Central Division by going into Detroit and beating the Lions at home for the first and only time this season. That will be on Sunday. The Giants and the San Francisco 49ers. Now, we should also tell you the final 4 teams left in the AFC, of course. Miami will play San Diego, and the Buffalo Bills, who beat the Jets, will be down in Cincinnati. For all of us here in Philadelphia, so long, everybody. We hope you've enjoyed the NFL Today on CBS. We'll see you next Saturday.
You've been watching CBS Sports coverage of the National Football League. This is CBS.
Taxi! Armbruster. I was the best salesman I ever had.
Great. I've got my own company and sales are really climbing.
Want to guess how?
Since Bell repriced 800 service for small businesses, we've opened new markets all over. They see our toll-free number, they call, and we've got a new customer.
Sound familiar?
As part of our telemarketing program, 800 service brings down the cost of selling.
Taught him everything he knows. I can.
Call 1-800-462-0404 now.
WCAU-TV, Channel 10, Philadelphia.
From around the world and from CBS News headquarters in New York, this is the CBS Evening News with Morton Dean.
Good evening. Where is James Dozier? The whereabouts of the U.S. Army Brigadier General remains a mystery, but today the group claiming responsibility for kidnapping Dozier was heard from. Gary Shepard has details in Verona, Italy.
The second communique from the Red Brigade's terrorist group was found tonight by Italian police in a garbage can in downtown Milan. It called General Dozier a killer and a pig and announced the start of his proletarian trial. The communique, which broke 8 days of silence by the urban guerrilla organization, also included a photograph of the general with Red Brigade's political slogans superimposed on it. Authorities said the photo appeared to be genuine, and they noted a dark mark under General Dozier's left eye, a mark they speculated might be some sort of bruise. There has been no immediate reaction to the communique from NATO officials or from Mrs. Judith Dozier, the general's wife, who has been awaiting developments here at her apartment in Verona. This is where the kidnapping took place 10 days ago. Earlier this evening, Mrs. Dozier received a visit from the Bishop of Verona, the bishop bringing a message from Pope John Paul II, the Pope sending his greetings of Christian solidarity and his prayers for the safe return of the missing general. The most positive news tonight is that General Dozier is still alive, but this latest communique makes no mention of any conditions for his release, and so the unanswered question is whether his kidnappers ever intend to set him free. Gary Shepard, CBS News, Verona, Italy.
It's coming. It's taking over in offices coast to coast. It's the paper blob. It's packed with important papers that should move out of your office fast, but can't get loose. This is a job for the Federal Express overnight letter. It costs only $9.50 when you drop it off, and it actually gets there overnight. So you'll never have to worry about the paper blob again. Federal Express, when it absolutely positively has to be there overnight.
Why can you always count on Paul Masson California champagne to taste so good? It tastes so good because it's made with a great deal of care. It's fermented in the bottle to enhance the taste. And it's vintage dated. Most California champagnes aren't. Paul Masson California champagne. You can count on it to taste good time after time after time. Paul Masson said it nearly a century ago. We will sell no wine before it's time.
Today begins the third week of the communist crackdown on the freedom movement in Poland. Again today, Tom Fenton has been monitoring the story from London.
Polish television ran its usual bland and unbelievable menu of official news, while more than 1,000 striking coal miners deep underground in a Silesian mine continued to defy martial law. Television featured festive scenes and interviews implying that Poles are actually relieved to be ruled by the army, with all civil rights suspended, all communications cut, and travel banned. The only reminders of their actual plight were reports of emergency aid from neighboring communist countries for a population that is desperately short of food and simple necessities, and the announcement that meat and butter rations will be cut next month for all except manual laborers. The few photographs and reports smuggled out past the censors painted a radically different picture of a Poland suffering under a harsh military occupation. These pictures are from the closed city of Gdansk. The report spoke of Poles giving poison candy to troops enforcing martial law, of soldiers deliberately drowning striking miners by flooding mine shafts, and soldiers being shot for refusing to shoot strikers. Under present conditions, there is no way to verify these reports. What is interesting is that all of these rumors are being circulated in Poland and show at least what the Poles think is actually going on. Tom Fenton, CBS News, London.
A report has made its way to us from Bert Quint in Warsaw. It was written 4 days ago and was subject to censorship by Polish authorities.
Polish television has been showing pictures of weapons it says were confiscated in anti-socialist strongholds, a Silesian mine, a Baltic Coast shipyard. This is meant to support charges by military authorities that the imposition of martial law has averted the possibility of civil war. If there was any plan for insurrection, either before or after martial law came into effect, there seems little likelihood of it now. By acting suddenly, with speed, precision, and where it appeared necessary, with force, the Army seems to have eliminated any threat of a general uprising. A task that will be more difficult to achieve is to get the economy going. It's one thing to ban strikes and make people go to their place of work, another to force them to use their machines. Already, authorities say, there have been incidents of industrial sabotage. The military authorities are trying to convince citizens, obviously including the nearly 1/3 of the population that belong to Solidarity, that it is for Poland's good and their own that they cooperate to pull the country out of its crisis. The authorities had hoped to take control of the country without bloodshed. If they had been able to do so, the chances of obtaining that cooperation would have been greater. So far, the attempts at reconciliation have been made without any noticeable contribution by the Communist Party. General Jaruzelski, head of the military council, remains party first secretary, but directives are issued only in the name of the council. It is the first time in post-war East Bloc history that the party has moved out of the limelight. Whether this is because the party is not being consulted or because it prefers to maintain a low profile so as not to be associated with martial law is not clear. However, it is clear that the party, severely weakened during the last 16 months, has been given a new lease on life. Bert Quint, CBS News, Warsaw.
Come on over to the right light, Del Monte Light. People like it better, get the flavor of a bright light. Bright light, Del Monte Light.
More and more people are switching to light fruit, and more are deciding Del Monte Light tastes the best. No artificial flavors or sweeteners, just fresh peach taste bursting through.
Come on over to the bright light, Del Monte Light.
Big parties, little parties, those very special parties, they always sparkle with Canada Dry. That very special Canada Dry sparkle. Always light, always crisp, and very refreshing. Canada Dry Club Soda, tonic water, and ginger ale. They make your parties sparkle. You sparkle. Make your holidays sparkle with Canada Dry.
Secretary of State Haig has said that Poland's crackdown cannot be blamed on Solidarity's call for a referendum. But now President Reagan seems to place the emphasis elsewhere. Leslie Stahl has a report on that and on some other presidential views.
President Reagan believes that martial law in Poland was precipitated by Solidarity's proposal to let the Polish people vote on their government. The remarks, which directly contradict assertions by Secretary of State Haig, were made on Wednesday in an interview with reporters from 7 newspaper chains and made public today. The president was asked if he thought Solidarity went too far in asking for such a vote. He answered, "I'm not going to say that. I would defend the right of the people to vote. I am going to say that maybe they should have realized that they were asking the one thing that a communist government cannot allow." Despite his charge that the Soviets are actually behind the crackdown in Poland, President Reagan is still going ahead with plans to hold a summit next year with Soviet leader Brezhnev. Quote, "I think we're in the world together, and it doesn't mean that you can't talk and try to resolve your differences, but I think you go at it with some realism, so I have no objection to talking." The president denied this represented any change in his thinking. As he was flying to California today, Mr. Reagan was asked about Brezhnev's response to his letter, warning that repression in Poland would lead to economic sanctions against Moscow.
Can you tell us anything about the Brezhnev letter? No. Was it negative or positive?
Well, from them, they're always negative.
One aide said, though, that the Brezhnev letter did not close all doors. The president is planning no special meetings on Poland while he's in California, he and Mrs. Reagan having gone primarily for a week of relaxation and socializing with old friends. After 2 days in Los Angeles, they'll fly by helicopter to the estate of millionaire Walter Annenberg for several days of partying in Palm Springs before returning to Washington next Sunday. Leslie Stahl, CBS News, Washington.
The White House has taken some steps, imposed some sanctions to punish Poland for imposing martial law. Now, apparently, the White House plans to take some action against the Soviet Union. In Washington, Bob Simon reports.
The Reagan administration plans to decide on measures this week directed specifically against the Soviet Union. U.S. officials said there was nothing in the Brezhnev letter to convince the administration that anti-Soviet steps would not be necessary. They said sanctions will be imposed. Whether or not the Soviets get more directly involved in Poland, a continuation of martial law will be sufficient. U.S. officials did not want to discuss the actual measures being considered, but it's clear that economic sanctions, including a grain embargo, are near the top of the list. The U.S. ambassador to the United Nations says the administration is reviewing a wide range of options.
Those options we think should be graduated, if you will, proportionate to the Soviet response. I can assure you there will be responses to the Soviets specifically.
The Europeans are still cautious about anti-Soviet initiatives, but U.S. officials insist that Washington is prepared to be a few steps ahead of its NATO allies, and in any case, they say, European positions are becoming bolder.
Been struck just in the last week since martial law was imposed by the rising level of popular concern, not only in this country, but in Europe.
U.S. officials are not convinced there's anything Washington can do to change the political situation in Poland very much, but this is one of those rare cases, they say, where one must speak and one must act, even with the knowledge that it might not do any good. Bob Simon, CBS News, the State Department.
Many Polish Americans did act today, hoping to do some good for their former countrymen. Marty Sender has the story in Chicago.
More than 10,000 people marched down Chicago's Michigan Avenue today in the biggest American protest against events in Poland since the beginning of martial law 2 weeks ago. Demonstrators carried a coffin to symbolize those who have died in Poland, and there were numerous signs and banners accusing the Jaroszewski government of murder. This patriotic song dates to Poland's brief years of independence after World War I, and the red and white colors of Poland were carried by many.
We fight for freedom for many years, so right now we just have little hope that maybe someday we will be free again.
We're protesting against all those arrested in Poland. We want freedom like we have in here.
The march concluded with a mass rally in front of the Polish consulate. A Russian flag was burned, and the building was defaced by eggs and paint thrown at it by protesters. Police reported no arrests. The organizers of today's march believe that if the martial law government in Poland does not end soon, demonstrations like this one in Chicago will grow in size and spread to cities around the country. Marty Sender, CBS News, Chicago.
This is Aldo Cella. He's not preoccupied with formality.
Cella Lambrusco.
He's not the height of grace. But he knows what people like. Cella wines, with a taste so sparkling, so refreshing, they're perfect with everything, every time, to everyone.
Cella Bianco, mwah! Chill, a Cella.
Meet the Steens, $52,000 winners from Publishers Clearinghouse.
I'm a trucker, but business sure has been slow.
It was gonna be a lean year.
Not anymore, babe.
The new Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes is in the mail, and the faster you enter, the more you can win. Cars, boats, homes, and if you enter fast enough, $250,000 in cash. So enter the Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes. We want to make you a winner.
There was more trouble today at a detention camp for Haitians near Miami. Trouble both inside and outside the gates. Inside, a hunger strike for freedom went into its 4th day. And outside, as Charles Kraus reports, supporters and friends tried to storm
from the camp by the U.S. government. Despite the hunger strike in today's demonstration, there's little sign the government will give in to the Haitians. Legally, it has the right to hold them. And politically, the Reagan administration would risk alienating South Florida's voters if it let the Haitians go. Charles Kraus, CBS News, in South Dade County, Florida.
Most of the passengers arrived to find their dream vacation going up in smoke. Thick black smoke billowing from the SS Norway, the world's largest cruise liner, docked in the port of Miami. Apparently, it looked worse than it was, a fire in the boiler room that was quickly put out. No one was injured, and a spokesman for the ship line says it may set sail for St. Thomas tomorrow after a check for damage.
Here in South Texas, Conoco is tapping a new source of energy. Tar sands. It's thick tar, locked so tightly in grains of sand, Conoco uses steam to pry the tar loose, as this microscopic view shows. And the synthetic crude oil from this tar could reduce America's dependence on foreign oil. Conoco, now combined with DuPont for a better energy future.
Ring in the holidays. Ring out the year. Sparkling with Andre. Love and good cheer. Take Andre home for the holidays. Andre for the holidays.
What's a celebration without Andre champagne to lend sparkle and elegance to your good times? Greet the season and your friends with the best. Andre.
For the holidays and all year long.
Many Americans may have forgotten by now, but many Vietnam veterans still remember those years of Christmas truces and Christmas bombings. This past week, 4 American combat veterans of Vietnam returned there to try to lay to rest those ghosts of Christmases past. The veterans came back home with film of their trip, and Chris Kelly narrates our report.
A week ago, the 4 Vietnam veterans visited the Vietnamese monument to the war. It was a startling sight. An old MiG fighter resting in triumph atop the remains of U.S. planes. The sight of that moved one of the veterans, Mike Harbert, to tears. They just started coming, he said. There was nothing I could do about it. At a hospital in Hanoi, the Americans met with the Vietnamese committee investigating the effects of Agent Orange.
As we anticipated, the Vietnamese doctors that we've met with very much share our concerns about the effects of Agent Orange on people. We've exchanged information about the medical findings that they've uncovered, which are very similar to those that we've realized in the States. There is a very strong sense that this is a humanitarian issue.
The Vietnamese showed the Americans a small girl born without fingers. They said she was born with this defect after her father had returned from fighting American forces in an area defoliated with Agent Orange. Her father spoke through an interpreter.
During the years we spent there, the time we spent there, we eat the food we know were affected by chemical toxins, especially in the area of Binh Dinh province, where many areas were sprayed with toxic chemicals.
The veterans say Vietnam's foreign minister, Nguyen Co Thach, has agreed in principle to allow American doctors and scientists to investigate the problem in the jungles of South Vietnam that are still defoliated. The Vietnamese suspect as many as 5 million people could have been exposed to Agent Orange. And later this week, the 4 veterans will ask the State Department to support the agreement they worked out in Hanoi. Chris Kelly, CBS News, New York.
There's word today of how Poland's Solidarity Union is clinging to life. That information from a man who spoke to reporter Karen Stone on condition that he be described only as a European, a frequent visitor to Poland, and with Polish roots. The man left Poland on Wednesday.
The traveler brought film from Warsaw, shot by him and a friend during the visit. It shows the continuing presence of the army and police.
Well, these pictures have been taken in the center of Warsaw, and they show this armored vehicle, which you can see several times a day, just moving around Warsaw.
It's a bit difficult. They never come at the same time and at the same place. They change every day, so that the population cannot know when they are coming and where they are coming.
Along with the film purchased by CBS News, he brought evidence that Solidarity is slowly trying to build a resistance network.
The people are trying to organize a basic resistance, to set up a network of information, which is, for the moment, the most important thing for them. They have to know that in many places people resist, do not want to work with this, with the military government.
As proof that small groups of resistors are forming, the visitor also brought underground news dispatches, which resistors are trying to circulate. A typical item, 50 soldiers arrested because they wouldn't leave their barracks. They are tidbits of information gleaned from radio broadcasts and Solidarity's network of informants. But from the people he talked with, he said resistors are hoping for two kinds of help from the outside world. The first, public pressure.
When they know that they are supported by the international community, it gives them strength to resist. The second thing is that it's very important for them that the international community cuts off all the official aid to Poland. They say that in any way, if the aid comes, it won't come to them. It will go straight, and I've got evidences of that, it will go straight to the army or the police or to Soviet Union.
The visitor said Poles told him passive resistance is their only hope right now. Armed resistance, they told him, is absolutely impossible. Karen Stone, CBS News, New York.
One form of resistance that's almost impossible to put down is ridicule, and apparently some Poles are fighting back against martial law the only way they can, with bitter humor. One joke making the rounds in Warsaw goes this way: what's the quickest way to get an ambulance? Answer: go to a telephone booth after curfew and yell Solidarity. And that's the news. I'm Morton Dean, CBS News, New York. Have a good evening, a good week, and Happy New Year.
You've seen these hands probably hundreds of times, and you don't even know whose they are.
They're mine. I'm a professional hand model, so my hands better look good. And that's why I use Rose Milk skincare lotion.
Rose Milk is made with tiny moisturizers, less than 1/4 the size of ordinary lotions, so it smooths and softens your skin thoroughly, and Rose Milk isn't greasy.
Take it from someone who depends on soft, smooth hands for a living. There's nothing like Rose Milk.
Meet Linda Connolly, a $15,000 winner from Publishers Clearinghouse.
When they called to say I'd won, I thought, right, it's probably a toaster. $15,000. Some toaster.
The new Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes is in the mail, and the faster you enter, the more you can win. Cars, boats, homes, and if you enter fast enough, $250,000 in cash. So enter the Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes. We want to make you a winner.
From around the world and from CBS News headquarters in New York, this has been the CBS Evening News with Morton Dean.
More than 1,000 men arrived here for the special mass and demonstration from an Austrian army camp.
This is CBS.
Join the switch, move up to 10. You watch it once, you watch again. Larry King, he's in the know. Deborah Knapp, she's on the go. Jim and Dick, Al, they know the score. Herb and Orion, they'll help you more. You get the news you need from people who care. Wherever the news is, you know they are there. Bringing it to you and getting it right. Join the Switch to Channel 10 News. 10 News. Tonight, switch, move up to 10. Join the switch, move up to 10. Join the switch, you're moving on up.
The Mummers Parade, New Year's Day at 9 on Channel 10.
if a lady treats other people as she'd like to be treated, then she's allowed to go and roll in the grass if she wants to.
Even if she's 64?
Even if she's 64. Particularly then.
Yeah, I love a prize fight when it's not a fake. I adore the rowing on Central Park's lake. I go to opera and I stay wide awake. That's why the lady is a tramp.
The more desirable a product because of its label, the easier it is for counterfeiters to rip off the consumer by putting that name on their own, often inferior products, like these 4,000 watt...